Woo! It seems like balance has been restored in the shroom state. I get to start being small this time again. Thank goodness. I was so concerned. I saw Shoemates talking about the fact that Twitch may or may not be doing funky business and doing strange stuff again today. How dare they? How dare Twitch? Why couldn't they do this last week when I couldn't be live on Thursday and Friday? Why did they have to wait into it today when I am? Come on. Oh, Ember, welcome back for 12 months. It's so crazy to me that there's a whole year going on. Oh my gosh, Mythic, thank you. Also, 8 months, yippee. Yay, welcome back to rotation. That's still crazy that we've had a whole year almost of rotation. I don't think we had the rotate emote exactly a year ago. I think it's my affiliate anniversary has passed, and that's why. Well, actually, maybe did we start with rotate emote? I can't remember. Shoemates, do you remember? Did we have rotate from the get-go? Like right out the gate? I don't know if we did, but a whole year of Squiiji may have happened. We did not. Ah, I see. Love that you picked stanchion. Mythic, I've picked nothing. I have an instrumental version of a bunch of songs. There's 45 instrumentals that are going to play across the time we are live here today. We are doing today Ark Knights. I am so short. We are doing Ark Knights. We could not have. You need affiliate for emotes. Yeah, but you couldn't be subscribed to me if I wasn't affiliate also though, right? So the fact that the subscriptions are saying it's been a year, maybe it's the end of this month that will have been a year, potentially, maybe. But today, Ark Knights. Also, everything works again. Order has been restored in the shroom state, more or less. If any of you ever have problems with your mouse clicking incorrectly, doing funny business, not working and things like Vroid, uninstall and reinstall your mouse driver. That will solve the problem, I promise. Because it solved it for me, because I had been struggling. Also, this music is just slightly too loud for me. There we go. Here, I can turn it back up for you. There we go. That should be good. It was just a little too loud for me, though. Exciting. I have no idea what this is. So, Ark Knights is a game that I also had no idea existed until we were doing polling for this stream. I didn't know it existed until a couple months ago when people were suggesting that they wanted it as one of the contenders we would critique the designs of. From my understanding of it, it is in the category of anime-esque gacha mobile games. But to my immense surprise, it seems like it may be different in terms of combat and a lot of things than some of the other games we've looked at. I don't know if it's turn-based, but it is like a top-down, like, people call it like tower defense, I guess, which is interesting. I think I've seen about it is a video about good world building. That bodes well for us, honestly. It's a tower defense or more like tower offense. Yeah, tower defense I don't think makes sense, but tower offense sounds more right. So that's interesting. First up, right out the gate, that's interesting. That makes it very different than a lot of the other games we've looked at. The game is, other than, let me say, I did discover there is a new game theoretically coming out soon, question mark? I think it got out of beta or something not that long ago. I don't know if it's in global, but I think it's 3D. I don't remember what it's called, but there is a new game. We're not talking about that. We're talking about the one that has existed since I think, what is it, 2018? Arknights Enfield. Yeah, that one. Not talking about Enfield. Yeah, it's in beta. We're not talking about that one. I think that one is 3D. We're talking about the other one, which has live 2D modeling for a bunch of the models. It has little, like, animated sprites that are, like, puppet animated. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're doing here today. And I think that, stylistically, the game is benefiting from not being 3D. I love 3D. I am 3D, hell. But I think they are benefiting from not being 3D, and that a lot of the things that are just kind of inherent to the 3D pipeline of, you know, we have to separate hair so it's easier for modeling and rigging. We're going to make things symmetrical so that way it's also easier for modeling and rigging. No wet dog, potentially, yeah, because everything is going to be flat and hand-drawn. Those are the benefits we're seeing here, because unfortunately a lot of these gacha type games that are anime-styled are operating under some sort of timeline and crunch that is making some of the 3D models not always fantastic. And also, 3D for a mobile game is really intense often. It takes a lot more often to render 3D models than it does to render 2D models. theoretically. Because you can pre-render stuff for 2D. For 3D you can, but it's a little more obvious you've done it, so yeah. 2D can have a lot more freedom. Yes. Yes, it can. Enfield's influenced by the Hoyo slop, not my favorite. Not calling Hoyoverse Hoyo slop. I wouldn't call Hoyoverse Hoyo slop. Do they have things that they have done in their gacha games that I am not a fan of? Yeah. Do they have things in the designs that I'm not a fan of? Oh, for sure. But they still have designs that I think are nice. They still have some strengths to them inherently. And I don't think all of the Hoyo titles are lacking. I would say that definitely ZZZ and Impact Third are definitely at the top of Hoyo's skill. And some of the models in those games are beautiful and fantastic. And clearly, as we talked about before, being a 3D gacha type game with kind of open world mechanics or stuff like that is not a bad thing. Wuthering Waves does a fantastic job of it. Their models are beautiful. They're so lovely. But I think Arknights is benefiting from its 2D art style here. So we'll get into it. I have a lot of thoughts. I'm getting ahead of myself here. I should be starting with disclaimers and also taking a roll. Also saying, hi roommates, I'm Squiiji. How are you today? I like immediately got in here and was focused for some reason. So strange of me. Very unusual move for the Age. I don't know what's come over me. Who is this and what have you done with our Squiiji? Oh. Let's take a roll. Who's here? I see Ren, Mirku, Nilo, Edward, Panda Rosemary, and Cinda stole my hair. Very kind of you, thanks. Arch Fun, Wordy, Comfy Peach, Whimsiline. Is your name pronounced Whimsiline, potentially? Maybe? Whimsiline. Amber, Alive to Thrive. YouTube fellows who's here, I see a number of you. Emma Pumi. Hello. Maybe I've taken roll too early. I've only been live for 7 minutes. I haven't given everyone enough time to arrive for class yet, which, you know, that's okay. We'll keep an eye out. I'll keep an eye out. Hi, Locking Luck. Hi, Ked. Who is this locked in shroom? We don't know. We have no clue who this is. This is a stream being piloted by someone other than the usual. Makes Hoyo frustrating is that they could but won't. ZZZ's prove that making characters that don't theoretically appeal to everyone makes better designs. Exactly. And we're actually going to get into that with this game also, because this game, there are some trends that I have noticed that actually drive me a little bit nuts because I want to like it. I want to like it so bad. But they do a couple of things that irk me the same way that the Hoyoverse titles do, because they are trying to be too safe and they're trying to make certain characters appeal too broadly. It is good to have characters that appeal to different niches. That way you can get a broader audience in general and each person has their own character they like. You know, not this one character does not have to be appealing to everyone. But if you release, say, 3 characters together and this character appeals to a third of your potential consumer base, this character appeals to the next group, this one appeals to the next, with some overlap maybe there within between them, that's generally a better way of doing interesting character design. Is it better for their profits? Who knows? I am not an expert. However, it does disappoint me when I see character designs that are made using the same safe color palette over and over and over again, the same silhouettes, the same hair colors over and over again. It drives me nuts. So we'll get into that with this game because there's a little bit of it happening and we will talk about it. Hi Aster, Star Heron, and Opaliopo. Yeah, I said your name right. There we go. Yeah. Hello, I see you're here also. That's the one who she's gonna wake up? No clue. I'm gonna put a bet for like an hour and a half from now, maybe. We'll see. Let me see. There was another comment I wanted to read. Genshin's the first 3D gacha game. Arknights was released before Genshin, hence it's technically from another gacha era. Ah, that makes sense, but I do think that is working well for it. Cough, Wuwa color palettes. Wuwa's kind of, in their later releases, solved their color palette issue for me. Most of their recent characters don't bore me with their color palettes. More on that with this game later. Tired same old things gets quite boring indeed. Yeah, so, disclaimers. Hi, I am Squiiji. I am not the end-all be-all when it comes to the thoughts on designs of characters in games, but I do have credentials in this field. I have taught character design at the university level, primarily for the purpose of teaching for graphic noveling, also for animation and things like that. I'm also a 3D modeler and a character designer as like my job. So I kind of know what I'm talking about a little bit, but I'm not the end-all be-all here. Also, always have to say, I'm not a hater. I never approach media with the intent to diss it. I always approach it with the intent that I want to like it. I'm rooting for you. I'm rooting for all of you, which is why I end up being disappointed sometimes in the way that your parent or a teacher is like, I'm disappointed in you. It's because they want you to succeed. Which maybe hurts all the more to hear, but I want these games to succeed, and I want them to be good, which is why I get frustrated when there's sometimes decisions made that, maybe not go against that a little bit, you know? So, I do approach all of these characters with the intent of liking them, hopefully. All the games as well that I cover. Do also note that any grade that I give a character for this game, you know, I give them a scale, or a number on a scale, usually between 0 and 10, is exclusive to just this game's characters. The thing where we compare will be like, oh, well, Axel Guilty Gear got a 6.5, but this character from Genshin also got a 6.5? Nah, not the same. Not the same. I am harsher on series that have stronger designs because I can be a little more nitpicky with them. And with some series, I tend to get exhausted, so I'm giving them whatever points I can. I'm just trying to give them points because I don't want to be needlessly harsh, and I want to give them credit for the things that they do, but all of the things we talk about are kind of staying in the realm of Arknights, so any grade given in here is just a grade in the realm of Arknights, compared against other Arknights characters. Yeah. So, I did do some research, as I always do. I will definitely miss things, 400% sure, because I have not played the game. I have done some overview reading of the lore. I have a general idea of what the plot is maybe doing, or what the general trends in the plot are. I know what the roles characters can take as far as combat goes. So, based on those things, I am going to come to each character and try and guess what their concept is, as far as their role in the story, their occupation, how you play as them, as a cold read, because I didn't look into what they're actually based in. So we'll see if I was able to pick up all the pieces through a cold read, and if I'm not able to, that usually means that there's either something I'm missing, or something the design is missing. So we will pay attention for that, and we are going to focus on base designs. I'm going to answer the question probably 400 times today of, E.G., look at the skin! E.G., you should look at this skin of them! E.G., look at the skin! Listen to me. Come here. Come here. Listen to me. The base design should be good. The base design should be strong in and of itself. I understand that in games sometimes they will give you a base design, and then they will try and incentivize you to spend your money or to upgrade your character by making the base fancier later, or by adding skins or things like that. We will never get through all of the characters we are supposed to get through if I am looking at all of the skins for them. And I know that there are two technically base design images. There is the clean cutout one, which is just them standing usually, and there's a second one which usually has more of a background and more of the effects. We're going to be focusing on the base, the one that the wiki says is the base design for them. Some of them we will look at that like second art for it as needed maybe, because some parts of the design may be obscured or slightly modified in that a little bit. But we are going to be focusing on that clean base drawing that they have, theoretically. Not theoretically. We may look at a couple skins maybe, but we gotta stay focused. We gotta stay locked in, because most games we've looked at have somewhere around like 100, maybe 200 characters. I believe Arknights has, correct me if I'm wrong, like 350 at least? And so, I had no clue where to start here for this one. So usually I start by trying to find a popularity poll somewhere and scrounging around and seeing who people seem to like the most. And that is what I've done today, which is why I've noticed some interesting trends. But if there are characters you'd like me to talk about the next time for part 2, please tell me in the comments. Pretty please. Because I am overwhelmed by choices right now. There are some designs that I like that I might want to talk about just because I like them. But I don't know if the general people who are interested in Arknights care to hear about the thoughts on those characters. And then at the same time, looking at the most popular characters, I got a little bored. Which is the other reason why I'm having trouble. They're a little monotonous to me, the most popular ones, and we'll get to that after I get through all my other points, but they're kind of repetitive. and it was kind of irking me a little bit. So I can see that they're making design choices that are safe, and they are paying off in that front, because those designs do end up being the most popular ones. But man, I want more. I want more interesting. Yeah, the most popular characters are very conventional. So, yes. Yeah, around that, yeah, every event adds from 3 to 5 characters. Lordy. They can only do that because they are fully 2D. If they were 3D, that would not be possible, but that is crazy. Yeah, Cookie Run Kingdom level of crazy quantities of characters. By the way, fun fact, each character has an animal trait is based on an animal. Maybe you could add that to the questionnaire to figure out what animal group, even specific animal it is. Yeah, so we are going to be trying to make some guesses in that front as well. I'll be guessing things about their species, their role in the story, and that will be a part of the guess. So, we'll be grading based on our usual VTuber grading criteria. Let me teleport us into my classroom. Whee! Hello! We're in another room. We are greeted here by the personification of our rubric, Rubric-chan herself. This week's Rubric-chan is designed by Jin and Tonic. Jin, I think I spelled your username potentially incorrect. I will have to fix that, but here is our Rubric-chan for this week. Here is our rubric that we use for grading character designs. I use this for grading VTuber designs primarily, but what is a VTuber if not just a kind of character? So, here is my rubric. This is my attempt at being unbiased as possible. I'm a teacher. I like having things like rubrics. So, there are 5 categories. They are color palette, silhouette, complexity versus clarity, focal points, and concept and motifs. Also, my brush is huge for some reason. You can get up to 2 points in each category for a maximum of 10 points. There are bonus points, but I really don't give them away for video game characters. So, for color palette, to get full points, the palette should be cohesive. Interesting! The palette should be interesting. It should be interesting. It should be interesting. Please, please make the color palette interesting. Please. I am so tired. I am so tired of black, white, and a color. I'm over it. It's the safest color design tactic there is. I get it. I get it. It works. It usually works. But if every character in your game is black, white, and one color, I'm gonna lose it. Especially if they are black, white, and one color in the same proportioning as all the other ones are. I'm gonna lose it. That's what I call foreshadowing. Without black, white, and no color, there are a couple of those characters, and there are ways you can do that in an interesting manner. Should still have some hue undertone maybe for interest. That's fine. Everything is okay in small amounts. Everything's okay in moderation. But if every character is designed around the same things, it's gonna end up feeling monotonous and boring. On one hand, it is consistency. It will make the characters in the game feel very consistent with each other. But on the other hand, it does make things kind of boring sometimes. You gotta spice it up. You have to have a system or color design in a game that allows you enough flexibility to make characters interesting. And let me tell you, I know they can do it. I know they can do it because there's designs in this game that have good, interesting color palettes, and there's ones that don't. So that's foreshadowing. So, palette should be cohesive, interesting, well executed, should work at a distance, should work at the focal point, all of those things. You can see me holding my pen, that's funny. I don't usually gesture this high with my pen. No points will be given for color palette if there's major instances of low contrast, clashing, overwhelming choices. For silhouette, the silhouettes should be unique and easily identifiable. I have the opposite thing to say about that as I said about color. My foreshadowing for this is that they're gonna do well. It's related to that animal thing that was mentioned earlier in the chat. They're going to do pretty well. I'll say a little more about that later, but overwhelmingly, they're pretty decent at silhouette design, which I am relieved to see. No points for silhouette will be given if it is non-distinct, blob-like, or if they have ladder design. For complexity versus clarity, the model should be well-balanced, the details should support the concept, and the focal points without being excessive. I should be able to make them into a marketable plushie. No points will be given if they're distractingly complex or too simple to the point of genericness. Focal points. The focal point should be well executed. Repeat after me, the focal point is the face. Focal point is the face. My next foreshadowing for you is thighs should not be the focal point. Thighs should not be the visual element that is ruling the design. That's a hint. Focal point, face. Or, alternatively, other aspects of the design that are important to the character's lore, or important to our understanding of the role they play in the story, or, you know, just general lore things, right? Yeah. So, no points will be given if the focal points are fully lost due to low contrast or being outcompeted by something else. For concept motifs, the concept should be clearly and creatively presented in the design with supportive motifs. What this means is that there are a couple of key questions that I should be able to determine the answer to visually about a character. Those things include stuff like, what are the character's defining personality traits? Or maybe are we going for gap moe? Or opposite expectations? What is the character's occupation or role in the story? Are they human or another species, which will be relevant today? Is that a secret we find out later, mayhaps? What is their relationship to the world they live in, their culture, their affiliation with maybe variety of different like groups of units, or I believe there's like factions in this game almost, in the way to put it. I should be able to answer these questions by looking. If I cannot answer these questions by looking at the character's design, no points. Or if it's just completely and totally obscured, no points. Bonus points do exist. We're not really gonna worry about them today. So, there are furthermore a couple other pieces of criteria for characters in games that go outside of the, you know, considerations we have to make for characters just in a 2D sense or a VTuber sense. And those are, what is the game developer's intention for them? I talk about this every time we do any kind of game character critique. What is the game developer's intention? It is a gacha game. So, the characters do kind of need to do one of two things, more or less, in order to attain their function, which is bringing money into the developer. They either need to be attractive, you want to pull for them because they are waifu or husband, or they have to introduce new mechanics or some sort of gameplay angle that makes them the new meta, so that way you have to pull for them for that reason. They need to make you spend money. Those are the two tactics. It's a gacha game. So that's the whole point of the characters existing, is to make you spend your money. What that means, however, though, is that developers may be less likely to take risks in designs for characters, especially when it comes to, in this game, the 6-star characters, or whatever the highest tier of characters is, because they want the return on their investment. And they'll save any interesting design things that they want to just try out and see how it works, or something fun, or a little more freedom for the, 1, 2, 3, 4-star characters, because they don't have to worry so much. The whole point of those characters is to exist, but kind of be replaced at some point, and people aren't usually pulling for lower tier characters, so they can have fun and experiment more in those tiers. But for the highest tier of designs, they tend to play it a little safe. And I do think we are witnessing that in the design for this game. I think we're witnessing this phenomenon. Potentially, also, selling merchandise is gonna be a tactic of these games. You know, you'd be surprised. That is like the biggest moneymaker for a lot of games, is the merchandise they sell. Especially, well, many companies in general. Pretty big moneymaker. So you do have to design characters in a manner that they can be simplified enough to sell merchandise. You do want to design characters in a manner that will encourage your fans to draw fan art or write fan fiction about them. No one's gonna want to draw your character if they are over-designed and over-detailed to the point of terror. So, as we say, you can tell what a game's lasting impact will be by how popular it is on Archive of Our Own, or how much fan art you're seeing of it on Twitter, just kind of by existing. This game I had seen none of somehow, which is a miracle to me because it is one of the highest grossing mobile games, period, right now. So that comes as a surprise to me. Maybe just the circles I am in, I'm not witnessing it, but I am surprised. But yeah, so, and then also, clearly, regardless of whatever misgivings I have here, the game's doing well. It is like what, like in the top 5 as of like May of mobile games globally, which is crazy. Wild. It's outranking a bunch of Hoyoverse titles. I think it's only being beaten by that Deep Space game, and actually I don't remember. I have the graphic on my phone, I can look at it. I saved it specifically to mention it for this. What ranks above this? Let me see. I'm gonna freeze because it's an image I saved on my phone. Very smart, EG. I should have saved it somewhere else. Yeah, here's the chart. Yeah, the order globally of games in May, of mobile games, the ranking as far as gross income is Love and Deep Space, then Pokemon, Trading Card Game Pocket, Honkai Star Rail, then Arknights. So Arknights is above Genshin, it's above Wuwa, it's above bunch of other things that I'm surprised to see it above. So it's doing quite well. Yeah. Low rarities being rarer than high rarities. Oh, that's wild. Only 4 2-stars, 1-stars are specials. 3 stars also set mouth has basically not changed since launch. Ah, I see. I see. Arknights' popularity extremely contained to East Asia and Southeast Asia. Like, it's shocking how much more popular Arknights is on Japanese Twitter than NA Twitter. Oh, interesting. Sounds like I need to get more into JP Twitter, perhaps. Yeah, the deep space certainly is their way to draw in an audience. I'm sure they do. I'm sure they're on that list for a reason, as is everyone, but it is really surprising to me what the ordering is on that list. I never would have guessed that the Pokemon trading card game Pocket is still that popular. I haven't heard anything about that in a minute, so I'm surprised that that's on there more so than anything else. But yeah, so something to keep in mind for that is Kazar's anniversary means limited unit runs. That means people are likely spending because they want those units. Oh, is that maybe boosting it also, perhaps? Intriguing. Interesting. Also, Arknights! Hi, Remedy. Nihongo Duolingo stream when? Never. Japanese is not in the list of languages that I have intentions of learning presently. Italian before anything else. Latin I gotta get better at. Sadly, Japanese is not in my list of languages to learn. I do appreciate Japanese culture very much, but it's more practical for me and the paths I have chosen in life to learn Italian. I'm doing art restoration and conservation. I need those languages primarily. Maybe a little Greek, even also. Yeah. What are your list? It's Italian, Latin, maybe a little bit Greek. Have I been to Italy? No, but that's going to change in about 3 years. So I will have to be really locking it down on that one in the meantime. So we'll see. But what else do I have here? Oh, I have other points here, which is that as far as silhouette design goes, and also as far as complexity and clarity goes, the game is immediately going to have to care a lot about those two things because all the characters have a chibi version of their sprite that is used in the actual gameplay, just like Reverse 1999. So I know that they have to be thinking about how to simplify characters and how to make them readable and how to make them clear and discernible at a smaller scale. But that's a little bit at odds with the level of detail I have seen throughout sometimes. In my I looked at every single character in the game, if even only for a couple of seconds. I went through them pretty quick. I noticed some trends, which is that the silhouettes are killing it. Silhouettes are knocking it out of the park. The designers love to give the characters unique hairstyles, horns, ears, like wacky large clothing shapes. There's a lot of good weight in the silhouettes as well. And it makes them distinct from each other, as well as distinct from the characters of other gacha games, where I feel like the same 5 hairstyles I see over and over and over and over again in gacha game characters, but not here. There's some good variety, which I am relieved to see. Plus, on top of that, there is a lot of really naturally integrated asymmetry in the designs. Coming out of doing a lot of critiques of 3D models or gacha games that have 3D art styles to them, I was so... Goodbye, water bottle. I was so disappointed by the sheer quantity of just total symmetry I was witnessing, and I know that it's due to technical reasons where it's easier and faster to model something that is symmetrical. I'm tired of it. And thankfully, Arknights is not going to make me more tired of it. Overwhelmingly, all the characters are asymmetrical. Their poses give them one edge in that way, where, they only have to be considered from one angle, but at the same time, their clothing design, their hair, their weapons, and things like that give them good natural asymmetry. Doesn't feel like it's being done in an overwhelming manner. I'm very happy to see it. So it's a breath of fresh air for me, coming out of potentially Hoyoverse and other 3D gacha games. Never seen EG roll their eyes like that? Did I roll my eyes? I wonder if my tracking picked it up. That's wild. So, to the other benefit of them, I am really happy to see the value range used overwhelmingly in the character designs for this game. The value range is wide. Most characters... Good EG. Good speaking. Most characters have such a broad range that they are including values of, 0% gray, which is probably close to white, and values of almost fully black. They get the whole range of value, which is not something we always see in Gacha game characters as well. They either tend to be really far into the dark end of it, really into the midtones, or really into the light parts, unless they're doing the high contrast banding thing that I tend to see. It's really in Genshin Impact, I think. Yeah. Don't forget the kettle. What? Will you look at the Chibi form? I will. I will look at that form, yes. However, I am glazing them a little bit. It will end. I will not glaze them forever. There are concerns that I do have, which is that the way those values are distributed sometimes does take away from the clarity of the design for me. And because a lot of the characters are really painterly in their style, they get a little overwhelming. Like, the characters can feel over-detailed or over-rendered for me in their live 2D or their splash art. They've got so many bags and belts and special effects, and the contrast can be sometimes kind of all over the place. There's high contrast and low contrast kind of everywhere. So some of the characters I have a really big clarity issue with. We'll get there. But the fact that they're chibi in-game sprites don't suffer from that, they don't suffer from over-detailing, they don't suffer from low clarity, shows me that someone in their team knows what they're doing as far as the designs go. So therefore, what that tells me is that they could be paring down their character designs a good bit more to a greater effect. We can have more concise character designs. More detail does not mean more better. More detail is not the thing that differentiates a 5-star from a 6-star. It should be things like making clever decisions, making cool decisions in color palette, working within the concepts quite well. It's tough, yeah. One main team that handles the chibis displaying inconsistency. Yeah, more detail does not equal more good. And I think the chibis do a much better job of selling some of the concepts because there's less detail overwhelming me. Yeah, so we'll see about that. Also, as far as focal points go, the general trend I saw was that all of the girlies, maybe save like one or two, they all have their thighs out. That combining with the propensity for the designs to have a lot of black in them or a lot of really dark colors and a couple really light tones. The dark colors are all in the clothing, the light tones are all in the skin tone, more or less. Their thighs are out. Their thighs are like glowing, shining lanterns where they are sandwiched between the bottom edge of skirt and the top edge of socks. It is, in some cases, like impossible to not just make eye contact with their thighs and just stay there. No, it's not a base design goal. It's visually distracting. I get that on some level, they know what they're doing. They want the characters to be appealing to you in that manner, but it's not good character design. It's not effective. We should be looking at their face. We should be forming a relationship with them, a connection. Because that is what sustains characters in our mind. That's what causes people to form those attachments to them. We don't get attached to characters because of their thighs, often. That may help. But more or less, it's because of who they are as a person, their personality, the trials and tribulations they go through. We watch them struggle. We watch all that happen through their face. I'm like shaking the bars of my enclosure right now. I'm losing it. The eyes are up there and you should look at them. Ark Knights also has plenty of hot man. That is another trend I saw. There are men. The men are, surprisingly to me at least, varied in their body type, their facial hair, their proportioning, in a way that I wasn't expecting. But there's also not that many of them. This is an overwhelmingly girly cast, which seems to be sort of the standard in the anime-style Gatcha games. Yeah. Teacher losing it. I can't lose it yet. I can't lose it already. We have to hold it down. We'll hold it together, and I'll work on it. Gacha game syndrome. How do we sell them? Thigh or breast? Yeah, those do seem to be the two ways of doing it. Yeah, more male characters I think are needed. Where was I? Yeah, so girls have their thighs out, and then I sort of foreshadowed this a little bit, and we'll see it show up, which is that in general, the most popular characters feel really samey or just too safe to me, where the wider cast has a much better breadth of design. Like the most popular 10, which I did pull from a global poll that was from about, I think like 6 months ago, there's some trends. There is overwhelmingly the classic, semi-bland, but overwhelmingly safe design choice of black, white, one color, or fully monochrome palette. That seems to be the most common thing executed for the most popular characters. Furthermore, that color is usually going to be red or blue, maybe rarely green or yellow. in the most popular characters, in the 6 stars. I think going through the entire cast of the game, or just the entire cast of 6 stars, I think I saw maybe like 4 or 5 green color palettes, 4 or 5 yellow, and then like 2 purple as like primary color palettes. Meanwhile, red is like 30, blue is like 35. It's surprising to me how narrow the color range is. It's quite odd. So that happens. Also, none of the popular characters are anything but pale in complexion, and they have very similar body types. I will mention that. So the body types don't have a lot of variety other than maybe how well endowed they are and maybe a little bit of height, but that's kind of standard for gacha games, unfortunately. But they have no excuse. I give the slightest little bit of pass to the 3D gacha games because they have to 3D model them, and I know they're using bases for the bodies. Do I wish they weren't lazy and would modify the body bases to have a broader variety of body types? Yes. However, with 2D, you have no choice. You have no excuse. None. Nothing. None. Zero. You're drawing it from scratch every time. You're drawing from scratch every time. More variety, please. You have the ability. It's not that bad. It's not that hard. Please, I beg. Also, like Wuwa also, this game has a lot of black or white hair, which for the girlies is almost always below the shoulders in length. I will give them that the hairstyling is more interesting, but there are so many characters that have black or white hair and the same value of black or white hair, and it's the same length of black or white hair, especially as far as the most popular characters go. There are characters with more interesting colors of hair, with brown hair or blonde hair or other things, but it is still overwhelmingly those 2 colors. Often, because there's so much going on visually in the designs, the concept or occupation feels a little bit more obscured to me, and when they're executed, they're a little bit more on the nose. They're not necessarily as clever or as visually interesting as some of the other ones are. And by the end of me looking through those like top 10, I was feeling visually kind of bored, unfortunately. I was hoping to see more cleverness in the design tactics than I did, and I was a little disappointed. But I will say, it's not all bad, because after I looked more into the 4 and 5 star characters, I found some really cute and clever and varied designs, which was surprising to me. I'm wondering, I don't know if this is true, but I'm wondering if this is a game where people said, yeah, it's been out since 2018. Was the game initially only scaled up to 5 stars, where the top tier of characters was originally 5 stars, then at some point after that they released, wow, we're expanding, 6-star characters, crazy! And then the designers had to find some way to feel like the character designs were more. It was always 6 stars at the highest. Interesting. Because I would have understood the reason this is occurring if it was because they were trying to one-up the 5-star designs by adding more detail, adding more complexity, trying to outdo it, but that's interesting. Maybe they're just doing that in general as a design trope to try and make the 6 stars feel more visually intense, feel more visually warranted for having that number of stars, but that's weird. That's odd. Interesting. But to my great pleasure and great relief, the 4 and 5 star characters do have a lot of like clever and cute things happening. They don't feel purposefully under-designed or bland like they do in a lot of games, where like to me, I appreciate that, because seeing characters whose sole point is to be replaced, you know, a 4-star character. You get a 4-star character, that character's just to get you started usually, or they're gonna be completely overshadowed, probably relatively quick. That's sad in and of itself. It's a sad fate for a character. But seeing them not even receive the dignity of a cool design, cool color palette, things like that, frustrates me. It's so sad. So I like that this game has done that. It makes me very happy. Then on the other hand, I can see how on like a gameplay standpoint, it could be harder to differentiate the strength of characters just based solely on their appearances. We don't really have a visual rarity scale maybe, but I am not as worried about that. I'm not worried as much about a visual hierarchy as far as star rating goes. I do appreciate that they've given more of that care and love to the designs of the lower star characters. In this game, people still use 3 to 5 star. Really interesting. Sometimes 4 and 5 stars are more of a staple than 6 stars. So that's a thing. Interesting. That makes me happy as well. Imagine power creep. Oh, interesting. I'm intrigued to hear that. That makes me happy, and maybe that does also relate pretty directly to why their designs are still good, is they still have function in the game. The great thing is many of the 4 and 5 star characters are perfectly usable. Creators make a point of only playing with 3 or 4 star characters. So probably power creep giving busted kits to 6 stars, yeah, but the lower rarity can hold their own. Huh. Hell yeah. That's pretty good. That's a relief to me. What is going on with the music right now? Hello? Oh, there it is. The music left me for but a moment. So, those things were working out for me. The variety of the 4 and 5 stars was also very favorable to me in that there's like full furries in this game, there's fully armored operators, there's more variety in the color palettes, there's more body types, the palettes sometimes, this is crazy, the palettes sometimes contain 2 colors. 2 colors, that's crazy, right, isn't it? Never thought that could happen before. 2 primary colors, or have more variety in the color proportioning, where the, 60% of the design isn't black, 20% white, whatever, 10% of color. No. Sometimes we'll have 60% a color, or 40% a color. More of the color appears in the design. Crazy. I'm here for it. Yeah, characters fully armored. There are characters that are fully armored. There's 2 characters, I think, that are just like tanks. There's a character that is a stack of animals, but there's so much more interesting variety in the lower star rating characters for me, which is interesting. It feels kind of reminiscent of Verse 1999 to me in that manner, where Verse 1999 had all their funny like object characters and all the characters that were maybe a little bit stranger in what they're doing, a little bit less conventionally attractive, a little bit less conventional as far as the theming behind them, appearing in like the lower star ratings. So it is interesting. 2 primary colors, blasphemy. Apparently to them, maybe a little. Mudrock is fully armored. That might be one of them. I don't know a lot of the names of characters, so I will work on trying to remember some of them. We're getting there. We're getting there. But the designs overall, despite my misgivings with color palette and a couple other things, the designs generally kind of feel like they might be up there with Reverse 1999 for me. They're interesting. Some of the things I do are unexpected. It's cool. I'm on board. I am genuinely looking forward to doing our tier list for this one of these days. I know it's gonna be like a ridiculous like month-long undertaking because there's 350 characters. But there's so many interesting designs that I like don't even know where to start. So I will show you the characters that we have pulled for today. We'll go through them. You guys will recommend characters that we go through for our next stream where we're going more in depth on each character. And then at some point months from now, we will return for a tier list. And I'm really looking forward to that because there's a lot of characters I'd like to talk about, but I don't know if it's worth our time to talk about them now. So we'll see. We'll get to that. But please recommend what characters I should talk about next time in the chat. Or not in the chat. Well, you can do it there too, I guess. But in the comments. So that way I'm not as overwhelmed. 5 stream tier list series. Let's go. Oh, it's probably going to be because so many of the designs are doing interesting things that I would want to yap about. So, time to get started. Who am I starting with? Where even do I have them? I don't have the files open right now because I am a silly goose and I was doing stuff before stream started. Let's see. Arknights. Okay, first I want to start us with the main character stuff, just because I feel like that makes sense. So we're gonna start with Amiya and the Doctor to get us started, just because I feel like that makes sense, right? Potentially. I think her name is said Amiya, or is Amiya? Something like that, one of those things. Goose EG Redeem Ren? What does a goose EG look like? Donkey, daughter. Okay. So. Cold read. This is Amiya. Yeah, Amiya. She's cute. She's got a big, wide, bell-shaped silhouette, which is nice. She's got really big ears. I did think that she may have been a donkey for like a second, but I believe she's a rabbit. I don't think she is a donkey. I think the reason she feels like a donkey is the way that the ears are tapering into her head, where they're sort of closing off at the bottom. We don't associate rabbit ears with closing all the way at the bottom like that. a lot of the time. I think that's why. But yeah, so she does look just maybe a little goofy because of that. Because she is 2D, she does have the benefit of being posed, so we can see her nice long pigtail, her hair's very long and swooping, she's got brown hair. Her color palette, because she's brown hair, she does actually have more than one color in her palette, thank God. Brown hair, blue inside her coat, a little bit of teal and some gold, so she's got a little bit of visual interest, but she has what we're gonna see overwhelmingly, which is like 60 to even 80% black or white, a little bit of white, and then just like small pops of color throughout. I'm a little tired of seeing it, but she is the OG. She is the original. She is the protagonist? You are the protagonist, I think. You're the doctor. But she is, I guess, one of the main characters alongside you. Yeah. It's the most number of skins. I did see that. I did see the sheer quantity of skins and outfits she has, but it makes sense. She does seem to be one of the main characters. So, as far as her design goes, silhouette, it's fine. It's maybe not the strongest I've seen out there, but it's not bad. The jacket's nice and big and wide. They're not afraid of exaggeration, clearly. Including the ponytail and the silhouette is smart. The ears being so big and exaggerated. You know me. I like exaggeration. Exaggeration's good for character design and for silhouette design. So, ears work out. Works for me. Wait, I want to do something. If I sample my background color, can I make the background just the same color as that? Would that be a smart thing to do? Hang on. No. Why didn't that work? I think that's, do you see it not picking, it's not picking the correct screen color. What is going on? 45, 45, 45. Oh, I'll just do it manually. Nope, 45. There we go. Hang on. Bear with me. Yeah, wait, that kind of is nice, right? That's kind of nice. Now she's floating. Ponytail's giving more donkey. I do see that also potentially being why we're reading it that way. Bard form does give a better look at her ponytail. Ah, let's get a nice live 2D. Yes, she's not the real MC. Doctor's more like her supporter. Oh, she's the real one. Okay, noted. Black teal's the brand of Rhodes Island. Makes sense that the core fighting operators use those colors. Yes, so I did notice across people of similar factions, similar choices made as far as their style goes, and she is identified as a member of Rhodes Island by the fact that her shirt also says Rhodes Island. Oh, the other similarity between this game and Reverse 1999 that I was not prepared for is the fact that there's characters named things like Cement and Asbestos. Like, what, huh? Cement? Asbestos? We're gonna look at Asbestos today, I think, potentially. But I thought that was very funny to me. Yeah, Croissant, I saw Croissant. That's concrete. Yeah, Rock. I saw them. I thought that was very funny. And yeah, they are code names, at least in this game. So it is silly, and it is not their actual name, but I did have to laugh, like, heartily. Because in Reverse 1999, I think those are their names, also, potentially. But for her, color design is okay. The colors do relate her to her faction, but I wish there was maybe a little more
tasty names among them. One in particular, MHM.
Yeah, Gary, I'm sure you think so. You can't eat her though. I will not permit you to eat concrete. I like her design, so you can't eat her. You can eat some of the other ones though. But the things that I usually sing the praises of in games is there's color undertone variety. Look at her legs. Look at her legs for me just for a second here. In a lot of 3D games, it would not be uncommon to find that the leg would probably be all... Give me a color layer. To find a leg that would be entirely just like... Nope, that's not a drawing tool. Like this. Where it only has one color undertone, and it is just left to be black. With no variation at all. This game, however, in the art direction, the characters have these nice gradations of undertone changes, and I'm so happy to see them. Because when they are present, this is the main thing saving the color palettes for me. Because yeah, it's bringing the brown back, it's distributing the brown from the hair more throughout the rest of the body, and it's adding visual interest, where a lot of designs that are the black, white, one color severely lack in some visual interest because they're staying too grayscale and they're blacks, or they're not playing with the potential we can use from having variation in our undertones. So they're making more brown blacks here. Some of the blacks in the coat, you know, they're much cooler, but then they get a little more purple up around the head. They're doing interesting things. The hair itself isn't just brown, but it's brown and purple and green. So it doesn't feel quite so flat as a result, which is why I will pass her. There's other characters that don't have this going on in their design or their art, which, when combined with the sort of lackluster color palette design, will be something I take points off for. But for silhouette, fine. For concept, I think we are being misled by her ear shape a little bit, and the ponytail maybe is reminiscent of a horn, not a horn, a tail. You all right there? Of a tail. So therefore, I can see the concept being a little bit obscured, but she's a rabbit. For me on my cold read, trying to figure out what her role in the story is, she's wearing what to me looks like a schoolgirl outfit under her jacket. Theoretically. And then she's just wearing a big jacket over it that I read as a raincoat in some manner, because it seems kind of slick in the texture maybe. So I was reading that she is maybe some sort of enforcement, because blue and black does tend to make us pull that kind of assumption, because woo, sound of the police. ACAB, by the way. But I'm thinking enforcement in some manner, but she's also a schoolgirl, so I was kind of puzzling to figure out what was going on with her conceptually. And then as far as any kind of fighting style or role in the story otherwise, I was a little bit left guessing here. There's not really a hint for me in that manner. She's 14? Is she really? Is that true? Pharmaceutical and paramilitary independent company. At 14, you should not be involved in that. At this state, yes, she is 14. Oh, lordy. Girly, you should not be a child soldier. 14 at the start, where the current story is now she's 20. She's the CEO. So she doesn't look like a CEO visually, but I guess what does a CEO look like even? Leading a pharmacy company and war crime. Interesting. Well, the world is pretty screwed up, that's probably why. Rings her to limit her arts. I did see, like, of note, you know, let me open the wiki and look at her real quick. Amiya. I gotta remember to say her name properly. That throughout her different versions, you can see her sort of evolving to have more control over her powers as she gets older and becomes more skilled. So like in her Elite 1, she's supposedly a little bit stronger. And then Elite 2 is when she has much fuller control over it. And it's interesting. We can just look at this one really quickly, where just the character acting being so different kind of tells us the tale, where here she's very demure. She seems a little bit unsure, relaxed in her pose. Here, this is what I'm talking about the illustration being potentially a little bit overwhelming. If I fill the background, it won't be so intense. What? Hello? There we go. But here, now she has her hood up, she's kind of looking down, the coat being more flayed open. I'm getting a very different vibe personality-wise from the character, where she seems to be much more in control. She seems to be a little bit colder. Maybe she's witnessed some horrors beyond her comprehension. I'm seeing character development just through the visuals, which is good also, because this is the same outfit. We're just posing it differently, more or less. Arts for the class-like screen, kind of intended to be busy. Yeah, no, I'm not critiquing it on being busy. We're going to ignore the background and just focus on the character itself. But I do like that I am sort of seeing the development of her character through the arts. We're seeing her go from someone who seems a little bit green, a little bit fresh feeling here, to someone who feels much more engaged, much more in control, potentially. Hi, Bugs. Hi, Ox Machina. Also, I missed reading a couple of people who followed. Also, Denial and Redshot, thank you guys for following. I also need to take a sip of water. This is her cool guy pose when using her spooky powers. She has 2 other full power arts. Ah, she's witnessed a lot. I am sure she has. I don't doubt that for even a second. But for her base design, the way that she is and she shows up to in the game, the critiques that I might have about this are mostly like nitpicky things, where right now I think we are being misled by her ear shape. I think if the ears were wider at the base where they connect to her head, that we wouldn't have as much trouble determining that she is a rabbit and not a donkey. Also, the fact that they close up completely, I think, is related. If she had this sort of fur showing all the way around the front edge of the ears, I think that would probably also clarify it for us. Make it a little bit wider, and then if we had some of this fur coming out from inside, for me, that helps a lot. It's a very subtle thing. That helps a lot. The ponytail, unfortunately, is the second thing that is misleading me about it. I'm trying to figure out how I would change the ponytail to not feel like it's acting as a tail. It's something that I may have to think about a little bit more. It's like horns, but with the secret? Stressed on girl to start a villain arc. Oh lordy, not the villain arc. Make it a bun? You know, honestly, if she had her hair, I'm gonna cover it. If she was wearing her hair in a bun on the back of her head, or like off to the side in some manner, let me do this down here. Where even if we could see that she's wearing her hair like this, and then, you know, she could have like a long tendril come out of it still and make it like narrow. But I think the way that that one that was there was positioned was potentially what was making us feel like tail. So if she had, you know, low off-center bun of some sort, make it big and exaggerated, I feel like then, silhouette-wise, that feels more rabbit-like. Let me redo this little tendril. Tendril is a word. That's true. It is a word. I've used it several times. Make the bun like a bunny tail. Yeah. So we could still have this like long hair in the back, but if we can see where it's coming from, my brush is way too big for this, then we are less likely to have an issue with understanding what it is meant to be in the design. This looks really wacky. It'll be hard for me to make good edits today, unfortunately, because the way they're rendering is, it's so detailed that whatever I draw is going to look out of place sort of by default because it's not rendered. It might not give us much more than just a vague glimpse at what we could have. But like from a distance here, I feel like I am less fooled about what her species is. I feel like I'm getting it quicker. As far as her being a CEO goes, I think at this point, her looking like a 14-year-old looking like a kid is probably fine. Artist said the ears were made sharper to reduce the cuteness. I feel like this amount of, I mean, the bun could be made to be sharp also. Hair can be round or sharp in every way, where we can make these hit harder angles if we need to, but just following a straight line down to the head, I don't think is reducing how cute they feel like, or not increasing how cute she feels. Making the tops of them angular, I think, is adding, as far as the shape language goes, to her feeling a little bit more like she's an edge to her. But we can still contrast that. There's still rounded shapes here. It's not too much. But I think that this is making her feel more like a rabbit. I think that's all it needs. Chimera, I don't really know if she's a bunny or not. Scar on her right hand is a rock cancer, Twitch chat? Not the rock cancer. This is the second time we've done rock cancer. Didn't the main character of Honkai Star Rail also have weird rock cancer, more maybe or maybe not? Like I remember. Kalis, not Kay, that's me. Kalis has cancer also, maybe. Potentially. I believe you missed a snack time. Oh, did I? Oh, you're right, I did miss a snack time. I will eat. I have weird garlic pretzels today that I will eat as my snack. Reach for those. Everybody in AK has rock cancer. Oh, wait, by rock cancer, do you mean the infection that they have? Do you mean the infection thing? What is it called? I don't remember what it's called. It's got a funny name. It's like patriotism or something. What is it called? It's cold or a pity? No, oropathy? Oh, is that what it's called? What is the thing I'm thinking of? I'm trying to cure rock cancer. What is the thing I'm thinking of? Is that the wrong game? I remember that now? Chat exploded. You guys all want to tell me what it's called. I appreciate it. Pharmaceutical company trying to treat it. Yeah, I did know they were trying to treat it. Why did I think it was called something else? Patriot problem? What was the thing that I saw? I looked up a plot synopsis of Ark Knights. Where should I get that from? There's a character called Patriot. Nope, that's not it. That's not what I had seen. It was something about the disease and what it was called that had some funny name. I mean, patriotism maybe is a malicious disease also. I'm not America Pill. Don't say that. Look at infected. Arknights. Infection. Yeah, the infected. Yeah, they have orpathy. But what is the thing? I'm missing something. EG misread something somewhere, and I got the wrong idea about something. But that's okay. Orpathy. Orpathy? Yeah, no, Patriot's a boss battle in the game. Oh, maybe somebody was mentioned somewhere. I might have looked at a code name or something. Who knows? It's fine. Let's grade her, because Amiya, other than me not being fully able to guess what her species is with as much ease as I would have liked, I think her design works for me. She has layers to her outfit, schoolgirl outfit, plus a little bit of like tech wear that feels a little bit more professional, a little more business-like. Her legs are covered, so focal point wise, her face does end up being pretty focal for me. You know, she's got some bright teals and blues, but they're still pretty dark as far as value goes, so I am drawn to look where we have the brightest value surrounded by some darker values. The shirt's competing a little, but I am mostly looking at the face here. So we are going to start kind of strong for our grade. Color, I do wish maybe there was just a little more color distribution, but more or less she's pretty good. For silhouette, it's fine. I have no concerns for her. I can identify her against the protagonists of other games or against just the way characters in other games are drawn quite easily. Her ears add a lot, her hairstyle adds a lot, the fact that they exaggerated her coat works quite well. Does she have 4 ears? I can't tell. Oh, also, this game gets points for me as far as practicality goes. They're not afraid to put their girlies in shoes that I could see someone running around with in combat. We will see a whole range of shoes from this game. We will see open-toed sandals, we will see sneakers, we will see Air Force Ones, we will see heels, but they really have all of those things, and they also aren't afraid to put their girlies in pants sometimes. Yeah, combat boots, it's all here. So there is variety, which I also so appreciate. I appreciate it so much. So for silhouette, fantastic. Complexity versus clarity, she's one of the characters that I think is pared down to the right level, where she's got enough details in her clothing, from her hood, the emblems on her shoulder, she's got her little dangling belts and stuff, that it feels like this is a unique outfit. She's not missing in the flavor department. This jacket is also very specifically designed for her, where you can't just go out and buy a jacket that looks like this easily. So it is a designed up jacket, but it's not overwhelming. There's not so much detail that I don't know where to look, or that different parts of the design are blending into each other. And there's not details present that don't serve a purpose. All the details here, to me, serve a purpose. Whether it's, you know, we're making something blue so that it has good contrast, we're adding practicality from giving her a pocket. Seems like everything makes sense to me visually. So for complexity versus clarity, she passes. Oh, that was why I'd opened the wiki, was because I wanted to grab her the little one that shows up when you are playing the game. Why can't I find it? I thought the wiki had it. No, does it not? Oh, it might not. No. I wanted her little creature version. Also, there's an anime, question mark? I don't know if it's out. I don't know what the full deal with it is, but her outfit pairs down without losing almost anything for animation, which I think is one of the other things that sells to me how well it works. Oh, is it labeled as the Chibi? I'll check that. Yeah. The design pairs down for execution in an anime pretty easily. We're not really losing much. It's still very much her. I appreciate that they kept her like brown for her legs, for the socks. They also kept the color variety of her highlights, which is neat and makes it feel layered. It's good. It's interesting. It works out. Yeah, it makes it more realistic. Do use 3D models in live streams. Interesting. Season 3 at the end of this year. Okay. Basically retells the story of the first chapters. Dang, maybe I should have watched the anime as my research for today. If I would have known, I would have done it. Maybe? Because next week I'm off. Next week I'm on vacation. Maybe I'll try and watch the anime while I'm on vacation and see if that helps me understand things better for next week for the plot. Interesting. But I would say that, especially even for a main character, she passes. She feels more interesting to me visually than a lot of the protagonist characters in, or like the very, like starting protagonist characters in some of the Hoyoverse games. She has layers to her concept. She isn't just Rabbit Girl. She's Rabbit Girl with a tech-inspired outfit, but she does have a ruffled collar, which is some contrast to that, and her schoolgirl uniform. There's good layering here. It works out. So, focal points. It is her face for me. I don't know if you guys feel differently, but it is her face for me. And for concept and motifs, I do think I'm being misled about what kind of animal she is enough that I would put it down to maybe just 1 point. And also, I feel like her role in the story isn't especially clear to me, nor is her combat role. What kind of combat does she do? I don't have all the combat icons memorized. Ranged DPS. I could see her being ranged, I guess. I guess that makes sense. A caster. Okay. You know, the shape of her coat being sort of almost A-line should give her some points in that, where we do tend to associate A-line dresses with magic and magicians and things of that sort. So she gets some points from me on that one, but I feel like we could see more clearly. Yeah, she's the real deal after the homeless incident. Oh, girly. Anime recommendations: Arknights, Fate Stay Night, Unlimited Blade Works. My anime list of things I should watch is insurmountably long, and if I watch this before any of them, I think Joby will laugh at me potentially, but I will. Protagonist, she can change her class. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. I think this is a fair grade for her though. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8.5 out of 10. I think that's a pretty strong start. Stronger start than we often have. We get a pen. Noise. Not a lot to change about her. So we can change pretty quickly. Should I bring my EG doll to Otakon? You should. I want to see it. I want to see. You should. Yeah. Yes. Hi, Rango. Check out her other classes too. Not right this second. At the end, maybe we can come back for them, but I want to focus just on the base designs today if we can. Yes. Garden and Doctor. Yeah, we'll get to the other ones after. Let me open up our next character, which is the Doctor, which is the character that you play as a gamer. Ooh, wow, this is not ordered properly. Hang on. Wow. Here's a Doctor. I'm putting all the backgrounds to being dark because I feel like it's hurting my eyes with how dark and pallid the rest of the characters in this game are. There we go. Yeah, so here is the Doctor. It's you! Look, Shrewmates, it's you! This is the character you play as. It's the Doctor. Oh wait, we were supposed to look at the Chibi. Oh, I didn't find it for that one, that's why. This is, Doctor. Let me open the wiki page here. So, from looking at this character, once again, the jacket is going to tell me that there is Rhodes Island, not just Rhode Island. We have pluralized our islands. There's Rhodes Island affiliation here. Also, what a great way of doing a completely gender-neutral character. Just obscure them entirely. This is a very blob, shapeless form, and it does have bullet head. But they're doing it intentionally so that they don't have to have a female and male protagonist, or just any variety of genders of protagonists. Anyone can be this character. Me, the non-binary shroom, I could be this character. Girlies, lads, you can all be it, because it's so generic. So I get why they've done that. So I will not take off as many points for that, because yeah, it is meant to be player insert, it seems like, very intentionally. So I will allow the points to stay. I wish there was more going on with the silhouette, however, it's a little bit lacking for me. But it's not the end of the world, at least. The outfit is nicely detailed. Once again, all the parts that are here visually are only really what we need to understand this jacket. It's got pockets for tactical purposes. It's got the emblems that are noting you're a Rhodes Island member, I'm guessing. Hood drawstring. I just wish there was maybe a little more going on here, where this character seems cool. They seem interesting. They seem mysterious. They seem intriguing. Personality-wise, I'm interested. I want to know more about them. And maybe that's the intent, perhaps? Penguin vibes, yeah. So people were saying character or like animal. My guess was bird because of the shape of the hood, and this looks like a beak. So I thought maybe a crow, perhaps, as being the animal that it is, but I could see penguin also because we do have a white stomach. So if that was spoiled for me, that is what it is. I was already in the right track of bird, at least. It's supposed to be an actual human. Oh, are they? Are they not meant to be an animal, maybe? I can see animal influence in them in some way. Ancient human. Oh, okay. You guys misled me. You guys told me to guess what animal he is, fully knowing that he isn't an animal. Hey. As it prefers to play mechs, creatures, critters, I approve of it. I also approve of it. I would approve of being this. He is the redacted. Huge spoilers. They are the redacted. I can see here in the also known as list, the spoilers. So I know the spoilers, but I won't tell you the spoilers in case other people don't know the spoilers. Yeah. Sole character that doesn't have an animal trait. Interesting, because the more I look at this, the more I do see like a penguin thing happening, where we've got a beak happening here, white belly. Interesting. Maybe he's attempting to, or they are attempting to blend in with the world where everyone has some sort of animal trait, more or less. Maybe. That's interesting. So, the tiering of the outfit at least gives us something for silhouette. But if you'll join me here... Tube. This fella is a tube. There's no visual weight in this silhouette, because it's the same width, pretty much. The same width, entirely vertically up and down, which, for characters that are meant to seem sleek or slippery, can be okay, can be alright. And this is probably one of the only characters in this game that has this silhouette. But as Mythic is saying, or as Nilo is saying, this is the definition of bullet as a character. The pose and the outfit are not good for the silhouette here. I wish there was more exaggeration, where we could still keep the design feeling sleek. And we'll see other characters that have sleek feeling silhouettes. It's just a little bit lackluster. It's just a little lacking for me. And I honestly, because this is so pared down, I'm not even sure what I would suggest for adding interest to the silhouette, where all the things I'm thinking of now are because I keep thinking he's a penguin, and he's not. Silhouette probably is in favor of being in the back line. What do you mean by that? Is the silhouette being lackluster and kind of flat so that you can see the silhouettes of others in front of him more clearly? Is that what you're suggesting? Aren't the protagonists just support mob? From Bullet, the Doctor is never in focus. Can it be low-key? Isn't supposed to draw attention. Okay. I mean, that is working. I still think that we do need a little bit more interest as far as silhouette goes, mayhaps. But as far as a, in-universe reason for them not having the strongest silhouette or color design, I can see that working out. We've referenced from time to time Watsonian versus Doylist frameworks for discussing character design, and that I think is a good example of it, which is the character is meant to be sort of low-key, sort of non-discernible in the game, trying to keep a low profile. That's an excuse from within the game's realm. However, yeah, just an observer. However, from an outside perspective, if we're living outside the game, looking at this character design without that context, we're looking at it from an out-of-world standpoint, it is a little bit lackluster. Still, you can make characters that feel low-key and still give them interesting silhouettes, or still give them slightly more interesting color palettes. This guy doesn't have, this fella, I say fella and guy gender neutrally, doesn't have the color palette interest quite the way that Amiya did, where she had browns working in throughout the black tones. This guy has full tone black. Granted, this is a little more purple, that's a little more blue, but it feels a little too one note for me. This is guy who lurks in the shadows. This feels like an NPC a little bit to me. It's a little bit lackluster. It's lacking just a little bit for me. So, I should also, we didn't really draw one for her. We can do a little bit of a ladder test. We didn't do her ladder test. The ladder test is something we do in character design to test and see if there is an interesting division of space vertically on a character. So we place a rung anywhere that there is a major line formed by contrast or form, just to see if Things are distributed interestingly. Often we want to see clusters of rungs of the ladder up around the face because that'll help push the focal point to the face. And we don't want the spacing between the rungs to be the same. We also don't want the rungs to be completely horizontal. Right now I'm drawing them assuming she was standing in an A pose. I'm ignoring her posing. So like, okay, so we've got the bottom of her sleeve here. We've got the bottom of her funny cravat. Her hair probably also counted as a line, but I'll come back for that. Whoop. Chin, her eyes, those like higher peaks in her hair, the top of her head, and then top of her ears. So, whoop, there's a lot of things turned on here right now. I would say, as far as ladders go, that's passing for me. The clustering is up near the face. There's not as much happening on the legs. We have a single point of asymmetry happening down here. Oh, wait. Not the worst. I do maybe yearn for just a little more asymmetry. I might have been too kind to her as far as silhouette goes then. Because, wow, man, it sure does work out quite well when EG does all the proper tests. But as far as designs go in this game, they do much better sometimes with them. Yeah, the pose is helping a lot. But the design itself, I've been misled. The design itself is not as strong when it comes to that. It doesn't have as much asymmetry. Granted, there are some little things that aren't really contributing overall to the silhouette. We've got, you know, the buckle is on this side and the clasp is on the other side. You've got this yellow dangly thing and some ropes and the text on this side. But I would like that stuff to impact her silhouette potentially, if possible. So, I think you're losing a half point here, girly. Do better. Yoink. Sorry. My man, the doctor. Let's do yours now. Let me get my line tool back. Or not. Hello? There we go. There's my line tool. Yeah. I'll have to figure out how to make doll EG hair. Oh, good luck. Low-key, at one point I was like, oh, I should make myself like an EG wig or something so that I can cosplay as myself for Otakon. Guess how that went? My hair is so unbelievably complicated. Probably draw a second one there, maybe. Bottom of the chin, bottom of that part of the face. Hood, the belt, and the top of the head. I'd be hard-pressed to really draw any other lines. Climbable. These up here in the top half of the body are all more or less spaced out exactly the same. Very even spacing, boring, dull. This is the same width as this is. Once again, kind of boring, kind of dull. Not a lot of variety, no asymmetry whatsoever. Very OSHA-approved ladder. It feels stagnant. It's one of the things that's making this design feel like an NPC to me or a background character. I know we were saying the character is meant to not be very high key, but oh, what does a good scale look like? Varied? Yeah, for hers, do you see how hers has a lot more variation where, whoops, I turned off the background. There's more clustering. We have half rungs from things that are asymmetrical. These are sort of clustered together. There's more variety throughout her. For this fella, most of these gaps are more or less the same width, and they're all clustered up here being the same width. And then these two are the same width apart also. They're just really evenly spaced. We want more variety in the spacing. So that's one of the other things that's working against this character and making them feel kind of dull for me, where half the issue is just the height they've stacked the clothing at down here, and the fact that there's like no trim on the shoes like Amiya had. She had a trim on her shoes, where because she had something lighter down at the bottom, it broke up that shape just a little bit. Let me get a tool I can use. It broke up that shape just a little bit. And then this, I don't know what to call it, like undercoat being the length it is, if it was like this much shorter, it would cut the distance with more variation. So we could cut it up to here maybe. And then if these little things, these little danglies, hung lower, then they would break the edge of the silhouette and add some interest to the silhouette as well, which is something that we kind of need. Let me bring the pants up a little bit. It's not gonna be perfect, I'm just kind of giving us a vague idea. So now we've got a longer shape from here to here and a shorter shape from here to here. Other things that we could do is, if there were more of these like long draped like belt-like shapes, that could potentially help. I wish there's like little triangles all spread throughout this design and little squares. We're getting sharpness and stability, but they're not really leaking into the silhouette that much, where you see we've got these little triangle clasps, we've got these long square pockets and belts. This doesn't stand out off the body like at all, but if we exaggerated its shape so that we can see that it's holding something, that will add something to the silhouette, that adds some interest. Same with over here, we can't really see it because my background color isn't helping us, but like exaggerate that more. There's some little things hanging off here, but what if we had more of them? I feel like there's just opportunities that are missed. Yeah, make the lab coat a little tattered. Yeah. From what I know about this character from lore, they woke up from amnesia, right? They woke up and were experiencing amnesia. So maybe they don't remember what has caused them to, you know, be in this state or be in this world or this place. And if this was a little bit tattered, we'll see it in other designs later. They're not afraid to make things kind of tattered to add asymmetry. If that was happening here, that might add some visual interest to the silhouette that we probably need. And then other characters have things like splatters or things like that on their transparent materials they have. I think, what is her name? Cement has like a splatter of a color on hers, which I feel like would be something that would add a little bit of interest, a little bit of easy asymmetry down here in this region of the character. We pull from a color that's already present. There's some of these like darker blues. Let me see if I just, woo, hang on, turns a layer off accidentally. Give me a new layer. If there was like, you know, whoop, splatter, fill that in. A couple little like, bits where it's spraying away. Normal would be like a hard light, maybe. I could probably make it a little bit more saturated, but then that just adds, also, once more, just a little bit of asymmetry. Just a little bit. It adds variation. We kind of need that. Please. Yeah, making things just a little bit tattered. We deserve it. Spoilers. Between Cement and the Dock are 5 years of the game existing. This is true. As with many games, the designs will get stronger the further into the game that we get. But at the same time, we can still critique the past as for the way it is designed. I'm always happy to see when designs do get stronger as we move further into the game. So like we will see that, or we did see that for Wuthering Waves, and we did see that for, I think, Honkai Star Rail as well. But yeah, most of the time we see the story from the Doctor's POV. I mean, I guess if we're not looking at them all the time, it's less important, but still in like Reverse 1999, what is the main character's name? Vernon? Vernon has an interesting design, despite that being technically your character, despite that being your kind of self-insert, maybe. It's who you play as, or who you follow at least. But I just want more from this guy. I want more. Give me more interest, please. Color palette. It's kind of dull. Doesn't have the color variation in the undertone the way Amiya does. She's got some nice like brown tones in her legs. That makes the color palette feel more varied. This is purple and blue. I want a little more of that, mayhaps. We don't see the dock often. Self-insert is still core cast. Yeah, still core cast. And when you are designing a core cast, you want to design them with longevity in mind as well, because we are going to be hanging out with them theoretically for a very long time, especially in a gacha game where, you know, we're getting story episodically over years and years and years and years sometimes. So, color, lacking. Silhouette. He or they are, they're bullet. I'm not gonna take all the points because they're not fully smooth and rounded, but not a standout silhouette by any means, unfortunately. Or complexity versus clarity. I want more, strangely. Things aren't, it feels like we need a little more flavor blasting. She is not lacking because she has other angles to her design. This is just coat guy in shadows. Maybe he's a little bit low-key, but I want more from it, maybe. Focal point, for me the focal point is the shoulder, which on some level maybe is fine, because that has to do with, you know, the affiliation of what group we belong to. We belong to Rhodes Island. That's okay. And, you know, we are trying to be masked and we maybe don't want our face to be looked at. So maybe that is fine as far as focal point goes. There's nothing really distracting us or pulling us into the lower part of the body, so that's fine. This YouTuber loves grading work according to the rubric. I do. We look at the rubric twice a week, every week. You could say most of what I do does revolve around this rubric quite thoroughly. But it's a good framework. It's a good framework. Sketchy's an understatement. Yeah, that character does feel a little bit sketchy. If you get tired of the rubric, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm not tired of it. It's a helpful tool. It's one of our mystery masket tools that is useful for later. TBH, we are the last spoilers, so makes sense. Okay. Doing this list by release dates, or did you pick them in some way? So, I picked these two by the fact that they are sort of the main characters that are important plot-wise, at least starting out. We have other characters like Texas, I think, and who's the other one? Texas. We're gonna look at also Wis'adel? I don't know how to say that fella's name. Characters that seem like they were important earlier on in the game, maybe? Texas. Yes, there is a character named Texas. Which is wild. And then after those two, I think we're moving to characters that aren't? I don't know enough about the plot of the game to know if I'm doing this correctly. I'm glad you guys are saying W. That's endgame? Oh, is it? Interesting? Looking at Texas and not Lapland. Lapland is in here also. I will read you the list of characters I have downloaded. The characters that are downloaded include Asbestos, Ascalon. We're not gonna look at Bryophyta today, but that was one I downloaded because they break all the trends that I see in this game. Same with Cement, Doctor, Executor the Exfodier. I don't know how to say this girl's name. Eyjafjalla? Eyjafjalla? Help? Question mark? Heidi? Wis'adel's codename is W. Oh, should we look at W then? I may have accidentally pulled the wrong one then as a result. Correct? Did I say that right? Huh? We'll look at W then maybe, before that then. We also have, Heidi was one I downloaded, but I don't think we'll talk about her. Logos, Muelsyse? Reed, the Flame Reed. Oh, I have two different Reeds downloaded for some reason. Reed, I wanted to look at Shaw just because I like her design. Skadi, base design, Virtuosa, Texas, Wis'adel. Because the most popular characters in the game as of 6 months ago were Ascalon, Executor, Eyjafjalla, Lapland, Logos, Muelsyse, Reed, Skadi, Texas, Virtuosa, and Wis'adel. Those were the most popular ones that I had seen from that poll 6 months ago. So that's why they're here. Maybe it's her first version. Later on we get Wis'adel. That's her alter. Ah, okay, so maybe we'll look at W then instead. Eyjafjalla. Ah, Eyjafjalla. Read the Flame Shadows alter. Okay, so we may have an interesting thing going on there. It's probably Texas alter then. No, so I have base Texas. I know there's a Texas alter, but I do have base Texas, and yes, there will be a part 2. 2 weeks from now, there'll be a part 2 because I'm on vacation next week. But okay, so interesting. Noted. This is why I needed help figuring out what characters to talk about next time. I didn't finish grading the Doctor also. For concept, feels a little bit one note to me. But I can tell this is a fellow who wants to be unnoticed, is going to kind of stay in the shadows, maybe backline, maybe a little bit mysterious. I'm picking up the things I think I need to about personality. Maybe also. But wow, this guy's kind of all over the place, unfortunately. What do we have here? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5 points? Honestly, I feel like that's too many. I feel like that's too high of a grade. This design, for me, especially across the rest of this game, this is one of the least strong ones. I feel like a 6 might be fair, but maybe even that might be more fair. What, 3, 4, 5.5 I think is better. I think that makes more sense. This character is just lackluster for me, unfortunately. Whoop. Yeah. In the game, to show character growth, there's a lot of alters. Ah, okay. I see. It works. Fair enough. When the rubric even gets questionable. Yeah, the rubric does get a little bit questionable sometimes. I feel like I may change my rubric one of these days to have more than just the possibility of 2 points per category. It's easy math right now, but I feel like there's not a lot of nuance, and that's the problem I run into, which is that, like, 2 points is ostensibly perfect, and I don't think anything on this character is perfect. So that's why it's hard. There's not a lot of leeway for me in this, and I don't want to give quarter points, because that'll start getting into insanity, potentially. Cosmic Fairy and Pin on Step, thank you guys for following. So, okay. I think that's good for these two. Oh, Amiya, I turned off your grade. So then next, instead of doing Wis'adel, we should do W then, maybe. Oh, no. How do I search for her? The letter W is not helpful. Oh, wow. Okay, wait. This is quite different than the version of her I was looking at. Interesting. I'll have to download her. I have no prep or cold read created for this one quite yet, so we'll be doing a cold read here together. Whoops, I didn't select the background color the way I wanted. Can I have the background color, please? Please? Please, very nicely. There we go. If rubric gets changed, will be a new rubric Chan. You know, probably, I guess at that point, yeah. That there would need to be. Imagine just Googling W. I did at least search for it within the wiki for Ark Knights, so don't worry, I didn't just Google W. But, oh, I'm lagging. Why is that? Why am I lagging? Hello? Slow-mo shroom. But you'd be surprised, searching for the letter W just in the wiki itself did not pull her up first. It pulled up more popular articles that just have the letter W in them, including Wis'adel. So, here she is. Interesting. So, cold read. She feels a little bit tactical. I appreciate that her thighs are not out. We do have the classic red is a high chroma color struggle, which is that red will always draw our eye. Red will always yearn to be focal because red, even when compared to other colors that are of the same saturation as it is, red does tend to fully outpower them. So here, as far as focal point goes, I really am looking in this area a lot, and at this. And also, the way that the shape language of those red aspects are working, it's pushing me down the body. These red, like, antennas and these horns, I think, on the side of the head are pushing me to look down. And this shape going straight into the red underside of the skirt, all of this is creating a flow that's pushing me just to look right here, more or less. So, focal point-wise, failure. Clarity-wise, this is one way you can have a character that has light-colored hair and light-colored skin and not have a clarity nightmare. I can clearly tell where the edges of the hair and face are because they gave her a little bit of almost yandere, yandere shading under the bangs, but I appreciate it. I appreciate the exaggeration. It makes it so that I can see clearly where her face is. Clarity-wise, I'm still having other issues with, like, this area. I'm not really sure where shirt ends, skirt begins, sleeve starts all the way, and then I think whatever these guns are behind her are making it a little bit confusing as well. There's just a lot of stuff that is similar value and similar undertone without a lot of breakup. She is also lacking that interesting color variation and undertone that Amiya had, where Amiya had some brown tones and some blue tones and some purples in the undertones of all of her colors throughout, even in her hair. Her hair was brown, but it was shaded with green and purple and blue, and her blues were shaded with purples, and her blacks were shaded with browns and other colors. This one, all of these black tones are full grayscale. This is full grayscale. There's no color undertone here at all, which makes it visually sort of boring, unfortunately. And then once we do get to ones like her leg has some cool colors in the undertone, it's staying very within the same range of blues in the undertone. There's not enough variety. Doesn't know how to dress. Rip. Context for the character used to dress in military gear. This outfit was gifted to her by an important person. Interesting. The jacket still feels kind of military adjacent, so I was assuming she is engaged in combat. I do appreciate that she is wearing practical shoes, also for fighting. The guns are kind of giving away that she is a ranged character, but running around out in the field with no armor on, and also with your legs only covered by what seems like some sort of mesh or something and very skin-tight clothing, would make sense. Maybe he's a backline character. There is not, on the wiki at least, on this page, an image of her from the anime. Is she in the anime? Interesting. Mercenary, a bit crazy. So, as far as personality goes, I think I'm getting the bit crazy thing from the way they've done the shading on her face. It makes her look just a little unhinged. Her eyes should be so focal, but they're not, because unfortunately this red is really overpowering. So let's see if I can... If I shift this red towards purple in the undertone... Oh, but if I do it there, it might actually make it too interesting. Let me try something. There's not a lot of color variation here. So if I go like this, this will make these reds less interesting to us. Visually, because we're cooling them off just a little bit. So where the red has the highest saturation around her face, do you see how now we're a little bit more likely to look at her face? And then similarly, let me get another color layer. What if her clothing had an undertone? That'd be crazy, wouldn't it? Give me like a nice, like almost like teal undertone here. And I'll turn this down. This would be way too strong right now. But I think that would be what it would take here to make her design feel like it is properly visually interesting as far as color palette goes. Because now there's a clearly different undertone between her hair and her shirt, which makes her face stand out even more as well. Because this undertone of just pure, like almost like slightly warmer gray tone is showing up in a smaller area. So now it's more important, right? Mercenary uses booms for every problem. Solving problem not with fists, but with explosives. Very good. Honestly, good for her. I approve. And then her eyes have these nice like oranges in them that we don't really see anywhere else in the design. So that should be helping to draw us in, but it's not because it's so small and it's bright enough that it's almost her skin color. I'm wondering if we brought some of those oranges into her little antenna things here, just a little bit, or into her horns on the side of her head. If by that being the only location we have the orange, will also pull us more into her face potentially. I think those things are doing what I kind of visually needed from this character. A little more variety. Yeah. As far as symmetry goes, it's kind of hard to tell from her pose, but she may have a completely symmetrical outfit also, other than her little shoulder dangly fella. Hi, Moss Cake. Fun fact, her handwriting sucks. Good for her, me too. Understandable, bestie. E2 art is animated, though. E2 promotion art is really a boom. Okay, wait, so the Elite 2 is animated. I can just look at the basis for it. But I think that this is still going to suffer the same fate, which is that her face is still not focal. It's still the inside of her skirt. They really want me to look at the tops of her thighs. The characters in this game, the tops of the thighs, we cannot understate their importance. We have to look at them, even if they're not bright and glowing. She's illiterate. She doesn't even know how to read? Oh, girly, that's unfortunate. I'm sorry to hear that. That's tough. That is a rough circumstance to be in. Oh, I didn't guess what she is as far as like animal goes. Is she an animal or is she a bug? I really feel like these are antennas of some sort. These are horns, which is a little bit odd, but these really feel like antenna. And then seeing that art, the way that they have her like back capes feel like wings a little bit. Limited operator and limited operators have live 2D. She's a Sarkaz, a demon. They're bugs. Oh, okay, so bug's an option. Nice. People call her a cockroach, but she's just a demon. Oh, I see. She's just classified. Kind of like a demon race, most of them have horns. Okay, so she has horns, I see that, but she also has sort of antennas. I can see that. I can see a sort of demon angle happening here. That doesn't sound far-fetched to me. I can see that in the design visually. Got a lot of sharp pieces around her face and in the way that they've made her, I guess this is almost like a cloak, sort of tattered, but she does still have some flowing, soft-rounded shapes, so she's maybe not evil all the way. Red, black, and white, pretty classic for designs for demons as far as colors go. Demons are something similar. Opposite to the Latarango being angels. Her intended things got memed into cockroach. Oh, I see. Don't be fooled, she's a cockroach. You guys are misleading me, and you're doing it on purpose. YouTube commenters, don't eat me. I will get one guide, don't harm me. Does she have a sharp spade tail? Oh wait, you know what? This is a tail, isn't it? I thought this was just more of the stuff dangling off of her clothing, which that is a clarity issue that's happening here potentially. But I guess this is her tail, isn't it? It's not the stereotypical full spade. It seems like in profile it looks like it's like really, whoops, hang on. Really long. And like one side might be longer than the other, and then it has like a secondary spike also. So it's not just the default demon tail at least, but it is kind of close to being one. And it's not black, which also sets it apart from being sort of default feeling for a demon tail. A lot of the times they make the demon tails black or red, but it's gray. It has a little bit of black on it. Yeah, it's got a barb on it, which is interesting. Feels dangerous. So that's good. I thought she was holding a grenade also. I think that's a walkie. Very imp-like. Imp-like tail. Okay, I see. Is there anything that you think I've missed about her as far as understanding her character goes? Because I'm gonna draw a ladder. Oh, we didn't really talk about her silhouette very much, but let me draw a ladder first on here to check that. I don't think I changed anything in location. And she is the red on the bottom of her shoes, which gives us another line of separation. She wasn't standing on her toe, that'd probably be there. She only has bandages on one leg, so I'll put them over here potentially. She's got her safety shorts, which I'm happy she has. And like down there, and then her skirt line, and then the top of her skirt where it connects to her shirt. Her jacket seems like it sits exactly on that same line, which is probably a missed opportunity. And if she were standing like level, do you see how the shirt and the sleeve are all sharing the same exact line? This pose is making it less clear, but there's a better opportunity to leverage the shape of her sleeve and also the length of her sleeve against the length of her shirt and the length of her jacket that is not being taken, unfortunately. So we'll just note that that could be done better. Top of her collar, her eyes. Honestly, her bangs aren't really creating a division line. Her horn, the top of her head, and then the top of her antenna-like hair spikes. A lot of the races are loosely based on animals, but some like that, the Sancta and Sarkans have no direct equivalent. The Sancta are angel-like, and the Sarkans are demon-like, not one-to-one. Ah, okay, I see. I don't even know if she has safety shorts. She does. The fact that she's wearing them feels like it might not be completely necessary, because she already has, like, fully opaque leggings, but you know, I don't mind it. Feels kind of practical to me, at least. And this is a decent ladder. It's a little open. We don't really have as much strong clustering around the head as maybe I would like, but the leg is giving us at least some asymmetry. I wish there was maybe more. I wish there might be some diagonals, but it's not bad. It's not bad. When they want to reference an animal, they don't just add a new race. They work with what they have and use hairstyle and accessories. Examples, there's a cat girl that's meant to be a cobra. Oh, that is interesting also. Was fighting in Ursus at that time, aka Russia. Oh, you know, for being somewhere cold, she's at least wearing a sweater and she's maybe wearing thermals. Her arms are out, but you know, I have to give this game some serious points for making their outfits more practical than a lot of other games would. You'll see characters commonly from like cold regions and it's like, here's my mini skirt, here's my legs that are fully out and my arms that are fully out, and I have a window in the chest of the shirt. I have all this skin showing, but I do live somewhere cold, believe me, trust. This is a call out post for Branya, maybe. Just a little bit. Honkai Star Rail Branya, that is. Yeah. And also, let me just say, I don't think we really addressed this. No, that's Aurora. Oh, is there a character in this game that does that? Uh-oh. I saw, usually when I am doing research for critiquing characters from games, I will try and see if they're, like, what the consensus from others is about the character design. I'll see what thoughts others have about it. Because, you know, good to take in a variety of opinions. That way I'm not just giving you how I feel about things. It can be a broader opinion if I see what others are saying. It also can help me get the ball rolling and know what sorts of design tropes to pick up on. You know, it's helpful seeing what others think. But when I Google searched character design Arknights, I found a Twitter fight. And that's what like 80% of the videos were about. As far as character design in Arknights goes, it was complaints that the characters are over-sexualized, or that a lot of the characters are designed in a way that's just like, the words they used were, I think Gooner slop. I feel crazy for saying this. Usually I'm the one who's like, that controversy. Oh, is it a meme? Is it a meme? A Hi Oyo fan tried to attack and got memed to hell. Oh, okay, it was just a hater. I was gonna say, this game overwhelmingly is not bugging me as far as the way it's depicting characters so far. Like, usually I am someone who is a little bit critical of characters outfitted in ways that are impractical for the circumstances they're put in, or for, you know, sexualizing characters just for the sake of sexualizing them. And for what I've seen, this game doesn't do too much of that. It seems fine. Like, they're not that hyper-sexualized to me, at least, so I don't know. Should I don't seal it from almost putting you in a coma? Yeah, like, there's no, hang on, we will get a coma today. There will be some psychic damage. But, like, base skins, I'm not bugged by the level of sexuality we're seeing in the designs. It seems fine to me. And yeah, the clothing seems quite varied, quite a fashion show, so I'm not bugged. As for the term slop was used, even the bikinis are rather tame. I did even see that. I looked at someone's outfit that they had for like some summer event or something, and I was like, that's like a realistic bikini that I would see someone wear. Twitter fight was just rage bait. Okay, good to know. I'll keep grading. Don't be wrong, there is an over-sexualized character, but I bet y'all it's not who you're thinking. Interesting. Also, equality, there's like there's lads wearing short shorts in this. I don't think there were any chests out that I saw, but I did see, for the first time in a gacha game, male characters wearing shorts. And not just shorts. The one guy I think is wearing like shorter shorts than I would have expected, which, hell yeah. Equality. Some lads with their chests out, good. 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 Very good. Also the lads do have, like, there's guys with facial hair too, and guys with varieties of body types. Other gacha games could never. This is kind of why I'm, like, sort of rating this game almost in the same realm as Reverse 1999. Granted, Reverse 1999 has better variety as far as body type and skin color goes. This game is definitely a step ahead of the Hoyoverse in all of these manners, at least, so interesting. Brock has a skin where he lifts up his shirt for fan service. Oh my god. Jesus. For a gym, you know, good for him. Good for them. Equality. Oh, that's a little too scandalous for us to look at here. Workout skin. I have him, or no, wait, hang on. Who are you saying? Brocka. I have Brio. Who's Brocka? I don't know which that one is yet. Okay. I'll keep an eye out. That's not the lad I had downloaded, but Biro got the short shorts and I'm here for it. Hang on. See, my music has paused. There we go. Fix that. Start grading. The bros may be outnumbered, but they do carry their weight. That does seem to be the trait. Biro? Broya? Byrofita? Yeah. Bryofita? Am I saying his name wrong? Am my dyslexia just a little bit? Am I rearranging letter order? That could be what's happening. I don't know if we'll talk about him today, but I want to talk about his design at some point, maybe, if we can. What we're doing, grading. Grading W. So, focal point, failure. Focal point, failure. The face makes a fighting chance in some manner, but the focal point is totally not it. The color palette. I want more from you, from color palettes, Arknights. Boring. I know you can do it. You did it for Amiya. I want color variation in your undertones. It's bland when you have a design that is overwhelmingly mostly the same value and mostly the same color undertone. It is a little bit lacking. And all it takes is just a little bit. Just a little bit. Give me variety. Variety is the spice of life, especially in designs. Just give me a little, please. For silhouette, she is not of the strongest silhouettes in the game, but her funny ahoge-like antennas do add something interesting to the silhouette. Her tail is probably good for the silhouette, as is... I don't know what this is. I think this is part of a scarf or something. The fact that I'm confused does reduce our points for clarity. I think for clarity she goes here, but her silhouette's fine. I don't really have any concerns with it. And concept, I can see the demon angle, I can see some sort of insect reference, which is interesting. She feels a little bit menacing. People were saying that she is like an Act 1 boss, perhaps. I could pick that up by looking at her. As far as gameplay goes, I would guess ranged, which I think puts me in the right zone. If I missed anything about her, maybe? Because otherwise I would say I think I'm getting all the things I need to about her concept. I think I got her personality right also. Bryophyta. Oh boy. Bryophyta. I'll try and remember that from when we talk about him. His skin is hot. Man, I was prepared for more being down bad about the girlies, but man, you guys are more down bad for the lads, huh? There's only a couple of them, but guess they're working for you. Characters are commissioned from various artists, but that is a fair statement. Yeah, because even in the chibi design of this character, I would still want that variety to occur. And in the chibi designs, because they are much more simplified in color palette, you know, the flat color for the shirt could be like this color, where it's got a cool undertone, it's got a blue undertone. This is more of a purple undertone, it's more teal. This should be pushed back. It shouldn't be as bright red and the exact same red that's used in the face. You can still get the variation in them. Early boss fight in Act 1, there's an antagonist group called Reunion. W's one of the commanders. Interesting. Ow, ladder. She was a dangerous ladder, which was in her favor for silhouette, so that is what's pulling her silhouette up right now. She is not overly complex, but I do have clarity issues with her, where there's just too many things for me that are the same or similar in value. I'm getting a little lost. They've made some concessions, where because they made this leg lighter, it feels like it's going back in space, and it also makes it clearer for me to see it in the art. And they've done that behind her as well, but there's just some general question marks happening in a couple of areas where I think this looks like a second object, but I don't know fully. I'm losing some things. Carbon fiber leggings, yeah. I will say, I do appreciate that the art uses a lot of texture. I feel like a lot of illustration can feel really flat without some good, yummy, warm texture. Texture tends to warm drawings up, makes them feel more visually engaging. But sometimes it's a little too much in this game, maybe. Tactical tights. Maybe. Did we have a what? Did you have a what now? A what kind of skin? Huh? Interesting. Nice camera, thank you for following. HG hates money? What are you guys saying? Why are you guys chanting that? What does that mean? Is HG the developer? Question mark? Lee Duke uses textures a lot. Is that one of the artists? I could see that being the case potentially. Hypergriff, yeah, they hate money. What do you mean they hate money? Elaborate on that statement for me, please. I don't know what you mean. The dev, make more skins than they sell? Make more skins. Hypergriff. Interesting. I have the figure and they used a warmer gray tone on the shirt than on her hair. That's good. I'm happy to hear that at least. A lot of times outfits are made for Ark Knights events, but don't turn them into buyable skins. Oh, interesting. That's funny. You can get skins by using the currency you can get in-game. Hey, from a free-to-play player standpoint, that sounds pretty good to me. I'm engaged. That's funny that they're not profit-driven in that manner. I feel like any other game would be that way. I feel like they could have exclusive game skins that you could get with money, and that would probably fill their pockets pretty well. But you know, honestly, that kind of makes me happy to hear. That does maybe motivate me to maybe try this game in some manner. A lot more outfits they haven't released. Skins don't cost money. Play Ark Knights. Maybe. Yeah, clearly they are making bank regardless. Like, they had a really good month of May. So, interesting. Motion for a song for each 6 stars, sometimes lower stars. Interesting. Yeah, it gets a lot of community goodwill, and honestly, T-poses at you. I feel like that is one thing that a lot of gacha games have been losing recently. The only thing I hear about Infold as a company, I don't even know what games Infold makes. I think they make Infinity Mickey. The only thing I hear about Infold is the ill will the players have towards the company itself, where so many things are paywalled or hard to get a hold of, or they don't bring things back very often. The players have a huge, huge contempt for Infold. I don't know anything. I've never played any of the games they've made. It's crazy. It's wild. Company's a disaster. Oh, they make the Deep Space game too? Wow, those are very polar games and markets also. Oh, actually, maybe not. Maybe not polar markets. Girlies. Maybe the girly pops is who they're marketing to. Interesting. But that's crazy. Went from very player-friendly gacha to one of the worst. Huh. I will say, having the goodwill of your players is really good. So I will say, the fact that you guys are memeing about the fact that HG does not want money, don't encourage them. Don't encourage them to do the things that make you lose their goodwill. Infold games are good, like really, really good and fresh. Then they 170 and the games are now hell. Oh lordy, oh boy. And trashy, another much larger audience is blowing up and happening in the background for like 10 years now. Oh no, that's unfortunate. But see, Arknights, I'm happy that they're not doing that. That gives me more goodwill towards them. Character designs, there's some pretty good ones. Also, not just trying to squeeze their players dry of money. Not bad. Very prolific in the anime industry. I bet they sell a ton of merchandise. I bet they sell a ton of physical merchandise. I don't know anything about them, but if they have an anime, animes make a lot of their money from selling physical goods or by selling access to watch it in some manner. So I bet they're making a lot from those things, and I would hope that they are. I don't know. People forced marketable plushies out of the company. That's funny. Same goes for Limbus. They don't know how to profit. They do well enough already. You know, good for them. Good for them. They sell cat toys? Oh my god, wait, that's beautiful. That's amazing, actually. Lore Book of the World? Yeah, okay. I bet that's how they're making their money. They have decided to take a different path as far as their marketing probably goes. And I think that's probably good for them as far as maintaining players not hating them. Because even in the current day now, there's a lot less goodwill towards Hoyoverse than there used to be also. I feel like it used to be just that I would hear just little bits from like Hoyoverse haters saying things about the series that they didn't like. But slowly over time, I'm hearing more contempt from people who play those games where I don't know what they did. There's whatever the recent realm they added in Honkai Star Rail upset some people with something, or with like power creep or something. It seems like they're losing some goodwill as well because of treating their players like they're made of money and all of that. Maybe, I don't know. Game which only gacha systems for skins is one of the main money makers. Oh, interesting. New TBS characters are very good. I was hearing some contempt, but I am not super plugged in to what's going on. They got complacent, they're resting on their laurels, don't think they need to compete. Ah, maybe that's what it is. I've just heard complaints miscellaneous throughout. I think it was mostly about Honkai Star Rail that I was hearing it, but I don't know. Anyways, we need to focus. We made it, we graded successfully here. This is what, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 out of 10? Feels like it might be a little bit low. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, you know, 6 out of 10. Rip. I may need to update the image that is the cover. Whoop, that's a 9. Lacking. Needs a little more. And Forrest felt forgettable. Also, a character from 2.4 was already feeling kind of bad to play with in 3 point something. No, I wanted that guy. Power creep's getting bad. Oh, okay, I see. People are quite negative about anything Hoyo related. About Genshin, vibing, Star Rail, unfortunate anniversary, questionable power creep, ZZZ cooking. Ah, okay. I agree that ZZZ from an outward perspective seems like it's cooking, but that's fair. People love to hate on Hoyoverse, and don't get me wrong, I have my qualms with their character designs, I have my qualms with some of the things about the games in and of themselves, but I want to like them. I gave Honkai Star Rail a fair chance, like, and I enjoyed it for the like 2 or 3 months that I played it. Like, I do think that Hoyoverse has unfortunately drawn a lot of haters, which is not great. Love to dunk on Hoyo. Yeah, people love to dunk on Hoyo. I know this. I do dunk on them from time to time, unfortunately, but I don't hate them. I want to like them. And I want better from them, and I do like what they do with ZZZ a bit, and I do like Honkai Impact, so not bad. Genshin bad, stand firm. You guys can feel however you want to feel about the Hoyoverse. I think that there is a range of quality throughout, and I feel like there's a range of there's a good amount of variety as far as the gameplay they offer. So I think there's something for everyone within the Hoyoverse to like. potentially. You just have to find what you like. And then some of the games have better designed characters than others and better told stories than others, seems to be what it is. I don't know. But anyways, focusing, I have to save this file. This is W. The way that I thought you all, when I said that, I thought you guys were all really excited about the characters I was talking about. You guys were putting W in the chat, and I was like, yippee, EG, you did something well, yay, you made good picks. No, false. Why would I ever believe that? The W's were all just because that's what her name was, and you were trying to inform me that I had the older version of her. Rip. Can I get some WEGs? just for my ego, so I feel a little better. W is just for W, because she's illiterate. Oh no, is that why it is? She's just called W because of the illiteracy angle? That's so sad. That is so sad. What the heck? Oh no, you didn't actually have to do it. Thank you though. Don't listen to me. Yeah, if someone tells you to do something just to inflate their ego, you shouldn't do it. I appreciate all the ride or dies, all saying W for me. You shouldn't do that. It'll go to my head. Although I do kind of have a W on my head if you look. My hoge kind of, or my onion kind of makes a W, doesn't it? We want to? Okay, I'll permit it. You can do what you want. You can have free will. I'll allow it. W's a good pick. She's got a pretty constant presence. Character Beginning got released as a limited character. Alter got released recently. Ah, okay, I see. Kind of a good amount of people hate on something popular or trendy. That's true! Because that is all I've seen about... I know more about the things people hate about most games than I do what they like about them, which is really unfortunate. Like, I know almost nothing about Infinity Nikki, other than that people are mad about it right now. I know also next to nothing about the Deep Space game that they also have, other than people are mad about something about it. Usually, one of the things that I saw was one of the characters is adjacently dressed like a Nazi, which that's a problem. That's a valid concern. But most of the things I hear about those games are things that are from complaints. Talking about WoWa players? I have not heard anything about WoWa characters. What? Yeah, this is like a weird, I can't really tell you why I found that out, but I was almost, yeah, it's that one. Rarity, it's that one. That character, the one outfit he has is really directly Japanese Nazi uniform. It's very one-to-one. It's specifically the way the collar is handled and the chains are going in and out of it, and the cloak. He's got an armband on too. Not good. I see that character. I think it's his birthday right now. He was trending on Twitter earlier, so I had to see it. And I was like, yikes. Here's the thing, I understand that those uniforms were considered fashionable in Japan still to some reason. I know Imperial era military outfits don't have as bad of a connotation in other parts of the world as they do here, but not good. But it was interesting. Yeah, not have any idea what those uniforms looks like, but sweating. Yeah, it's not great. I saw it. It was related to a commission I was almost engaged in, and I was like, me. No, I will not be taking this, actually. I would not be comfortable drawing this outfit. Don't show them Azure Lane. Oh no! Does Azure Lane have a lot of that? Azure Lane was one of the ones we were to vote to do in the future. I'm concerned. What the heck? Oh no. Yeah, so, valid concern to be had about that game, also, the Deep Space game. Nikkei, does Nikkei also, Nike, how do you say it, Nikkei? Do they also have them? That's concerning to me. That's also kind of sad. I know that, like, even, like, there's a Miku that is designed based on that. I don't know, do we really want to show them? Are they a little not super family friendly? Oh, lordy, I'm gonna have to do a little more research to see whether that could even be a game we could look at on stream. Okay, interesting. As I say, when you light a beacon for all to see, you attract all kinds of attention, both good and bad. Yeah, I guess. Oh, lordy. Yeah, Seben Zakura Miku. Like, it's everywhere, unfortunately, because it is considered fashionable. Hear me out. Unfortunately, they were designed to look kind of cool. Sucks. Sucks that they were designed to look cool. Sucks. But that is why keep seeing them. Yeah. I mean, guess what German battleship based on which war? I mean, I guess under that context that makes sense, but it's still a little unsavory. Anyways, moving on. The franchises should not develop contempt from their audiences. Audiences should not feel contempt towards the developer of the media. Let's look at the next character. Who were we looking at next? I don't even know where we were going next. Who did I have that is popular or was early game? I want someone who I can give a good grade to, because some of the characters that I have pulled are ones that I'm going to have as less pleasant things to say. We just gave out 2 lower grades. Let me pull one of the ones that I think will be a higher grade out of the fellas I've downloaded. So this is not going in any order, but this is just a character who's popular, it appears. Logos is cool boy. I have... Who do I have? Do I have... Yeah, I have Logos. We can do Logos also. Mumu next. This is Muelsyse? I don't know how to say her name, unfortunately, but people are saying Mumu. Let me fill the background with the correct color so that I stop being overwhelmed visually. There we go. Nice! So, Mumu! Thorn's Lodestar next, very interesting. Okay, put that in my comments and maybe we can get them next time. I'm gonna stick with ones I've downloaded today. I don't know anything about her as far as her character goes, but the things that I think I'm picking up from looking at her are, I'm gonna guess she's some sort of healer. This seems like a healing or like ranged staff of some sort. This feels like a doctor or laboratory coat that she's wearing. She's got an umbrella. She seems very sunshiny. Her color palette contains green and blue undertones and yellow undertones and some browns and some blacks and some more blues. Good variety of color undertone here. Yeah. So I'm gonna guess that she is involved in a lab or being a doctor in some manner. She's got these nice little wings on her head and her ears and this funny little crown on top of her head, which are good for her silhouette. She's got a really big, exaggerated shape to her silhouette as well from her big, oversized jacket, which her hair is sort of mirroring. She gets this interesting tear to her silhouette that I feel like the doctor could have done in their design, but she does it better, where we've got tiers of width, where the feet are the narrowest, then her skirt is the next narrowest, then the jacket, then her hair, which is then sloping us back up into the head. Her design is also, similar to his, very long and narrow. We're emphasizing sort of elegance for her, but her silhouette doesn't feel lackluster because we have a little bit more breaking the edges. We've got more of this tiering. I will say, I think she's gonna make a ladder that's pretty climbable, unfortunately, as a result. But yeah, the difference of 4 years worth of design is that her color palette feels like it's fulfilling to me visually, where I'm not feeling a lack of color undertone. The whites have rendering that has blue and orange and purple. The black has warmer tones fading to cooler tones, where the warmth is pulling us to look up the form, and we're gonna look faster towards the face being so nice and warm with the hair being desaturated against it. Some of these like golds and greens. I want to look her in the eye very quickly. It's mostly working out here. Ryan Lab's gonna make very good ladders. I think it's just their aesthetic. Fair. I could see that. Color scheme also plays into her faction. I did also note that the gold and the green, I think, relate to the group that is engaged in pharmaceuticals, also, potentially. Another group, or not pharmaceuticals, in laboratory stuff, maybe? Environmental engineer and bioengineering researcher, pretty point on. Yeah, I think hearing those things about her, I could see that very visually. She's got her little card, she's got some pockets for practicality, she's got her pens on her. She's got like tactical straps for sure, but I feel like this is a very interesting way of marrying laboratory, functional, you know, this is something that, other than just a little bit of shin peeking out, you could wear this in a chem lab and it'd be allowed, it'd be acceptable, it'd be fine. Her clothing isn't so loose that it'd be a problem. She just need to tie her hair up maybe, but like, it's got practicality for me. The color design is interesting for me. Yeah, she does seem like she might be an elf of some sort. I thought she might be a bird related based on her sort of hair crowns, but I do see that she does have pointy ears to be an elf, maybe, in that manner. Cutting edge director at a tech lab. That's maybe a different artist, that's why the styles vary. Yes, I do know that. When I'm talking about things with the color, it's less about the actual style or the way that the artist himself is executing. It's more about the way we're thinking about color and design, where if this was just, if we were to pull one flat color to represent this lab coat and pull one shading color, we'd pull this nice warm white from the top and probably one of these cooler blues from down here. And those would be our two pared down colors for demonstrating this design. For this, we'd probably pull this warmer color for the brighter parts of the skirt, and it would fade to a darker color for the cooler color for the darker parts of it. The hair has a little bit of blue on the inside of it, which frames the face really nicely. On a chibi, we'd still probably want to see this. So these are things that are married directly to the character's design, even if we pare them down from how painterly and detailed and stylized it is here also. Yeah. Ryan Lab, the ones who do science before asking if they should. Who was the last of her kind switch chat? She's just the only one left in that forest. Okay, I see. Pass ability in game where she spawns water clones that can copy stats of other operators. Hang on, wait. Does she have an elemental affiliation then? She's summoning water. I see she has water floating here, but I don't know if I would have guessed water for her. I'm seeing maybe a little bit of like lily pad. Oh wait, maybe that's what they're going for, where I could see ever so slight lily pad water clones. Green girl controls water. Interesting. There is at least blue in a lot of the undertones, so that's not... Oh yeah, umbrella, I guess, is also something that could lead me in the right direction there. What does a lotus flower look like? No, why is the first thing that comes up when I Google lotus a car? Because I was thinking about the inside of a lotus. I forget what that's called. What do you call the inside part where it has all the spikies? I will copy and paste an image so you can see what I'm talking about. Because I could see that working in association with her little crown thing. These things? Stamens? I think there's a more specific name for them than a lotus though. But those I can see being reminiscent of the way these sort of crown-like things on the side of her head appear, and same with on the back of her head. So I could see green relating to lily pad maybe in some way, and then also lotus flower, water. See bamboo. Yeah, bamboo is also a color I could see an association. Does bamboo have any particular association with water? This is a gap in my knowledge for sure. Potentially. What? Bamboo being very academic. I feel like I'm learning stuff. Yeah, I am a teacher. Hi, I'm Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist, spawn guy, and also an art educator. I have taught character design at university. That is why it is gonna feel maybe a little educational. Bamboo needs to be grown in water. Really? Does it? My neighbors have bamboo growing in their yard. So, interesting. Are you ever gonna do Cookie Run Kingdom? Funny you say that. I already did. You look on my channel, I did already talk about Cookie Run Kingdom. Whoops, why did my head shrink? What am I toggling right now? Oh, it's tall EG. That's why. That's why my head is changing in size. Sorry. Pulses my head size at you just a little bit. Bamboo forests tend to be close to large bodies of water. Grows like a plague, likes heat and wet climate. Associate our colors with algae. I could see algae maybe if they had a little bit more rounded shapes in her design, maybe? I don't know. Morning dew. I could see that. Oh, hang on. If they would have put more gloss and glass onto her, then I may have taken Morning Dew also, potentially. Might get a lost in the sauce if we start discussing between Originium arts and Moomoo's elf magic. Uh-oh. Let's not get lost in the sauce here. Truemates, stay at the surface of the sauce. Don't drown in the sauce. There's other characters that have transparency in their designs or have glass in interesting ways. There's one who has a like knight helm that's transparent, which I love as visual design. If I had some more of that, I may read her as Morning Dew quite easily. Morning Dew is her theme name. So I bet that is what it is. I bet that is. We're probably trying to reference tall, thin pieces of grass with these long green elements in here. If they would have gone a little bit heavier with having more glassy, transparent things, I think we would have gotten it quicker. But that's, I see it. I see it now that we're talking about it. I may need a little more of it to make it as apparent as it needs to be. But I'm paid up with it written down. I can see it. I can see a case for that being made successfully. Tall, thin frog. No, she's not a frog. She doesn't look like a frog. Check out E2. Okay. Nope, I need to not close that one. How do you spell her name? M-U... Nope, not Mutant Rock Spider. Why did that autofill? M-U-E. There we go. The Arknights wiki autofilled Mutant Rock Spider because it decided that was really important for me. Elite 2. Oh, her. Interesting. Because now I can see in this one, there's more of the tall, long green forms. There are leaves in her umbrella, which is interesting, but I don't actually feel like this is telling me water any better, other than the background. So I don't know if this is actually helping that much. Maybe. Her Life 2D skin is also amazing. The wiki is only showing me base and Elite 2. That's all I can see. But her leitmotif is, yes, Morning Dew. Moo, also known as. That's cute. Okay, so. Concept-wise, that's actually pushing me in more of a direction as far as the way I was reading her. But she seems like someone who is cheerful but very professional. Birds of a feather, her and I. Cheerful but professional. Seems lighthearted. She seems like she might be sort of refreshing, maybe. Green like a ... Like a what? Thank you for the $5, but green like a huh? Like what? Thank you for the super though. I appreciate it. Rotate a little bit for you. Frog. Oh. I don't see frog here. I would need you to explain to me why you're seeing frog, potentially. Are you looking at fandom or wiki.gg? The fandom version is pretty out of date and it's not been updated for newer characters. Oh, interesting. I'm on the fandom site because that's where all the images were sourced from. So let me see. Nope, not the plot. Let me open wiki.gg and see if that is any better for the operators. Let's find her. Maybe. Doo-doo. Moo doo-doo. Yeah, that makes sense. I could see that. Fandom wiki was abandoned. Oh no! Okay. That's what I had been using. So, oh my god, wait. There's so much more to sift through here. It's not as easy to just search on this one, it seems like, but let me see. Muelsyse. Maybe that's why their chibis also weren't there. Yeah, wait. Young Branch, Gold Reverie. Oh man, okay, yeah. Noted for next time. We're using this one instead. Thank you. Gallery. Does it have the chibi in this gallery also? No. Oh, wait, it does! Oh my gosh, wait, it has the chibis. It has the sprites. I can't click on them, and I can't copy and paste them because they're moving. But that's actually really helpful, thank you. Top right is a search. Yay, I found it. Oh, that's nice. That's good. Relieved. Okay, I'd have to screenshot them, so I won't have a good, like, high quality or transparent one because they're sprites. Like that, but oh, she's got her little clipboard. Look, she's putting work in. Look at her. Gotta work. Gotta make money, make purse. Got a fur coat. I'll make it fur. Her chibi is very cute. The exaggeration is good. Clearly the same character. Clearly she plushifies very easily. We're locked in. Good design. Love her chibi animations. Yeah, they're very simplified, but they're very flowy. So this character was one of the ones that I liked a lot visually because her silhouette feels fresh and interesting to me compared to others in this game. Her hair is designed with silhouette partially in mind, as are her hair accessories. Same goes for most of the cast. Her coat has a really big exaggerated shape. She is slightly asymmetrical. Not overwhelmingly so, not to the point where it's overwhelming or visually upsetting in any way. But she's got enough sort of built-in asymmetry in her coat where we've got the pens, we've got her little tags in her pockets, she's got some things hanging from it. It's natural asymmetry where it adds a little bit of that flavor, it removes some stiffness for us. But it's not overwhelming and doesn't feel like they were adding asymmetry just to add asymmetry, right? So that checks out for me. Oh, Black Rabbit, thank you for the super also. She's super charming and dances with Doctor when she's being interrogated. I love her so much. Even got a statue of her when I was in Japan. Oh, that's very cute. She seems like she's very lighthearted, so I'm glad that I was able to, I think, pick up the right things about her personality from looking at her. It's in the right direction, yeah. I also, you know, despite learning Japanese not being on my language list, I would love to go to Japan because Chubby's going to Japan, and there are many figures for many things that I can't get here in the US of A that I would like to get if I went there, and they're probably more affordable to get there if I had to think about it. Joby got me a Miku build kit that is like a couple $100 if you were to buy it from here, and I think Joby got it for like the equivalency of like $40. So not bad. Copy Chibi. If you copy a frame of the video, it'd be a PNG. I checked. Ah, it wasn't letting me, but that might just be because my mouse is broken. Like, I can't click into the sprite. Copy video frame. That almost works. Oh, it's transparent. Okay, so maybe that's not so bad. Thank you for letting me know. Muma's a nickname. Yeah, I see Ifrit had given it to her. They listed that there. No idea who this is, just enjoying Squiiji talking. Thanks. I'm glad you're enjoying. All right, here, let me close that. We can actually move towards grading her because may make a ladder, but otherwise I really didn't have a lot to critique about her. I like that she has some layers. She's not just a scientist feeling character. They've married her scientist angle with some sort of like tech and field wear clothing quite nicely. You know, they have a variety as far as fashion goes. Not all the girls are wearing short shorts or short skirts. She's a long professional skirt. She's dressed in a way that works for being in a lab. Her hair is long. We're emphasizing elegance and length in the design. Most of this works very well for me. This was one of my favorites that I had seen when I was perusing the wiki, and I think she was also rated very highly in the popularity polls too, if I recall. She doesn't really have anything adding asymmetry to her silhouette all that much, unfortunately, but she has enough within it that I'm not feeling bored. There's so many lines in this area also that I don't think I would count all of them, but like we can see the shirt division. Her sleeves, if she had them at her waist, would probably be like there. She's got this band across her chest. She has her collar. She has her eyeballs and her hairline, which is kind of the same. Top of her head, top of her little crown thingy, and then top of her, I don't know what to call those, her little ear leaf things. Girl saved my life, thank you for following. Also, I'm a little late on that one. Oh, why am I lagging? I feel like I've been lagging most of this stream. Unusual. Mumu's very popular, very well liked. I can see why. Some of the other characters that are as well liked, I wasn't understanding of, which does tend to be a common thread. We have not mentioned this stream. I'm immune to any of the things that games may or may not do to try and draw us in as far as making characters attractive. I'm way too asexual. Helps me give a cleaner read. I can be unbiased. My attraction to a character will not cloud my judgment. But maybe as a result of that, I don't always understand the allure of certain characters to people. So, but this is one that I did understand. I think this is a deserved... Whoops, I drew that directly on top. But that was definitely a passing ladder. That was a very dangerous ladder. I think this is one of the ones I do understand. This is a 6-star character who is popular and I think deserves to be. We come to the rubric. Concept and motifs. I think I got everything there was to get about her from looking at her visually. I got personality. I can tell that she's an elf. Oh, wait, that might be the only thing. I want the dew to be a little more apparent. Give me some glass objects on her clothing, potentially, and I think that will finish out the concept for me. But I got personality, I got her occupation, I think I got her, like, race, more or less, because she's an elf. Mostly it checks out. For color palette, it's good. I don't have any concerns. It works for me. It's got enough visual interest. There's multiple colors in the undertones. It works. For silhouette, she's a little bit symmetrical. Just a little. Just a little symmetrical. Just a little. She's so close. She's so close. Her ladder is also, thankfully, quite varied, despite the tiering of her shoes, to her skirt, to her coat, to her hair. Fine. Complexity versus clarity. She pairs down very easily. I feel like there might be a little bit of unnecessary busyness happening right here. There's so many lines that are all going in the same direction and are similar in terms of brightness that it's just a little overwhelming for me. But it's not too bad. And then focal point, for me, is her face. This orange up here is helping, but her face being where most of the warmth is clustered helps a lot for focal point. The fact that the lower part of her body is covered in mostly dark clothing and we're getting brighter in the rendering as we move up the form as well does make her face pretty focal for me. Some of the little pops of orange might be a little distracting. That green's maybe a little distracting. But I really don't have any trouble arriving at her face. So I would give her full points for focal point as well. Is this the best grade we've had yet? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.5? Wait, that can't be right. What is my math here? 2, 4, 3, 4, 5, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.5. There we go. Good math, EG. I teach art, I don't teach math, but I do have a chem degree, so that's still slightly disappointing. This is the best grade we've given so far after I took a half point out of Amiya. Hope you'll check Viviana's design next time if she's not on the list. She's currently not on the list, but if you leave a comment on the YouTube VOD, I can make sure I at least look at her and consider her towards it. Maybe. Potentially. I'll have to do a lot of paring down to see who we can get to. But I will, if that's there, I'll be able to keep note of it. There's just so many of them. Mumu keeps winning. Yeah, Mumu is winning. Mumu is winning. 8.5 out of 10, I call that a win. Surprisingly not too focused much on making them attractive. I would say it is. I don't know what you mean by that. I would say all the characters I've seen are pretty conventionally attractive. Just saying, I would say that they are. If they weren't focused on being attractive, they'd be doing things like Reverse 1999 does, where they gave a girl creepy headgear, like creepy dental headgear, or like long hair that is feeling like it's really oily, or things like that. Messier hair, messier clothing, eye bags, those kinds of things. Reverse 1999 adds them to characters. It seems Arknights won't go that far, unfortunately, though. I don't know. In my university, anything over 4 is a passing grade. In EG University, in Shroom State University, anything over a 5 is passing, mostly. 6 is cutting it close. 6 is like in the category where you got a D and we're really not happy about it, but you're not failing the class at least. But if you are a major and you get that grade, then maybe that's failing. Keep in mind, there's 2 types of women in Japanese love. Booba bouncy babes, demure chase soft girl, still waifu bait. Yes, exactly. Just because a character isn't overly sexualized does not mean that they aren't still appealing to the masses, maybe. Right. The hive mind here, yo plus? What? What do you mean? Plus? What are you guys saying? I don't know what that means. What is plus minus? I don't know what you guys mean by that. Oh, everyone hide? Hi! Hello! Oh, it's someone in the chat. Hi, why is everyone hiding from you? Sure, mates, you should greet people with kindness. Don't hide. Eye bags and greasiness of hair, not attractive traits. Oh, sweet, innocent EG. I'm not saying they're not attractive to some people. I'm saying they're not maybe as broadly appealing. Although it does look like this one Golden Revelry outfit does, if I copy a video frame, have eye bags. Maybe. Good evening. Oh, hello. Content creator in the Ark Knights community. Oh, well, hello. Welcome in. My whole chat was going, oh no, scatter. Look at this. She does seem like she has eye bags here, though. But, welcome. Roommates, be nice. Be kind and greet them with kindness. Rotate for them, maybe, even. Maybe eye bags? Or maybe that's just blush. Unclear. But, anyways, 8.5 out of 10. 8.5 out of 10. Who is next? Who else do we have? In my queue here. I want to do another one that I thought was a stronger design, and then I want to look at psychic damage. Then I want to make us all suffer just a little bit, because I have to show the full breadth of designs in this game. Not all of them are great, unfortunately. Yeah, Logos is next. I did have Logos. I did say earlier that we'd look at Logos. This character is apparently also really popular. There's not a lot of lads in this game, but man, this guy is still very popular. Yeah, Logos. All of you in caps, you guys are excited. Plus minus one of the many zero sanity doctor of the community? Zero sanity? What do you mean zero sanity? Are you insulting them? Don't insult people. My husband? Okay, hang on. Don't spoil, don't tell me what the character's about yet. I have to do like my cold read first. Don't tell me what the deal is. Let me make the background not so bright and painful. Hello? Phil. There we go. Okay. I need you to know that I looked at this character and immediately was like, Noctis! Yozora! I was like, this looks to me like a little bit of a Final Fantasy fella. Oh, energy system is called Sanity. Oh, I thought you were insulting them! I was worried. I was concerned. Okay, that's fine. Zero sanity, so zero energy? Okay, interesting. Don't tell me what the deal is about this character. I will try and guess. But I did look at this character and think that he looks kind of like Yozora of Kingdom Hearts 3, or potentially also a little bit like Noctis in some interpretations of him, which is funny. So, Silhouette. The headdress. So strong. Now we're also insulting him. Hey. Positivity and friendliness and kindness and looking out for each other are the only things we do in this room stage. We don't Don't insult. Goes both ways. Oh, okay, I guess if they call you it back, maybe that's fine. Rise above, come on. Rise above the insults. So, Logos. Seems villainous to me, at least for the most part. We've got the combo of red eyes, dark hair, big sharp shapes kind of everywhere. Hang on, wait, I gotta pause my cold read. Selma! About being friendly. Thank you, Selma. What the heck? Thank you for the gifted subs. Can we rotate for Selma, pretty please? That was very kind of you to rescue some shroommates from the ads. Welcome to rotation, the 5 of you who have now been abducted into the shroom state. Don't let some abduct you other places. We only go to the shroom state. No further abduction. No. Thank you, Selma. I appreciate 126. Wow, that is a lot. That is many. Thank you. Garolix, thank you for following also. Cold read of this character. Seems kind of villainous, maybe cold and sort of calculating. The eyes that are a little bit desaturated with the darker hair, overwhelmingly a black outfit with a lot of sharp shape language. I'm thinking villainous, potentially. He seems professional. Is also a member of Rhodes Island. Even if it didn't say that, I probably would have guessed because he has the same kind of jacket as they do, the dark jacket with the sort of orange insignia. So they do a good job of making it clear what affiliation each character is, although that is making the color palettes a little bit samey, unfortunately. And I fear my background color choice has, maybe, unfortunately, made the clarity worse? Let me try a different background color that's not as dark and see if that is helping with the clarity. Yeah, okay, that helps a little bit. There's still a bit of confusion happening around the arms and like the upper chest. And this is the same color, undertone, and value as the pants. I get that it's a uniform, but it's visually a little bit lacking, unfortunately. Yeah, hold back your information until I'm done cold reading, but definitely a member of Rhodes Island. He's got a big... Is that a dip pen that he's holding? Interesting. I know some of the magic abilities are called arts, so maybe he is an arts user? Me too, I am an arts user, I am an artist. Very intense brambly thorn looking things too, which is very intense. Yeah, pen, wand, face art kind of confusing. Okay, it's a little bit visually confusing because I think this is sleeve. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is this sleeves that have zippers on them that are sort of forming like traditional like long rectangular, like, hang on, let me draw this. Like, they're meant to be like this kind of sleeve, right? Hand. Potentially, but they're kind of torn up and tattered. Maybe? Base Sergeant didn't use his original outfit. Byless sleeves. Is that what byless sleeves look like? Yes? Okay. So clarity-wise, I'm having a little bit of trouble discerning that that's what's going on. But if the posing isn't good for silhouette, then I don't know what else it is. It is good for the silhouette, at least. The things that I have note here before you tell me what's going on is that I wish there was more color variation in the undertones. Once again, Amiya knocking it out of the park on how to have a design that feels like it's monochromatic, just blue, black, and white, but isn't. It's got more flair. She's got the teal blue, she's got the gold, she's got the brown undertones. My guy, all of the blue is the same undertone, more or less. There's a little bit of the teal, but I wish we were getting that teal, maybe even if up just around the face, and clearly Rhodes Island can do it. So like, my man, be a color layer, bam. Just do it like around your face here, maybe. Just cool it off, just a little bit cooler in the color palette. Happy Friday the 13th. Oh, I didn't realize that's what today is. Thank you, same to you. Watch out for ladders. Shroommates, don't walk under ladders. You guys are making me walk under ladders on Friday the 13th. Have you no care for my health? Also, good luck, be careful out there. Day of ill luck, mayhaps. Crow with a pen. Crow like a writing desk. Oh, is that the spoiler for what animal he is? I forgot I was guessing an animal, but I can see Crow from the things hanging out around the edges of his face. Whoopsie. Not a nice day to camp by a lake. I would actually not advise that at all, potentially. If you're gonna do camping, do it indoors. Camp in your living room, maybe. E2 gives more information slightly. Not a crow. Oh, not you guys having knives and ladders now. Come on, don't wish ill will upon us. What did we just say? kindness in the shroom state. Not, but can be connected to them. Oh, okay, I see. So my second guess, he has almost horns, question mark? Actually another sarcasm. Oh, so he's the same as she is as far as species, but they're very different, okay? Male banshee, which is rare. Folks have passed it already. Yeah. Fair to know his race needs to be lore knowledge. I guess that would make sense. He does have horns, which maybe put us in the right direction. 2 sets of wings. He's a banshee. I don't know how I would get that visually, maybe. Other than the fact that his clothing is a little bit tattered. Subrace of sarcas that are all female. Oh, interesting. Ladder in order to climb. Don't worry, it's broken. We like them here. Maybe. Okay. Different subraces. Okay, so I think I at least understanding of what his role in combat is. Once again, the blue and the black does give me like enforcement in some way. They are, I guess, research or company in some way. They still feel like they're enforcement just based on the way they design their base outfit, which might be a critique I have about the design of this faction, is that if left to my own devices, I would assume that they are... Did you guys say that they're paramilitary before, or that they're military in some way? Hey. Hey, please can I have my hair back, please? Please, maybe. Can I have my hair back, please? I would like to have it. I need it. Paramilitary, pharmaceutical, okay. I guess blue for pharmaceutical could make sense visually, having cooler undertones. Wow! Yeah, I am bald. With military module, okay. I guess that's fine. Elite operator, mainly a fighter. With their own private military, okay. I guess that's fine as to the color association for that, but still, I just wish there was more color variation in the undertones. I'm gonna say it a million times in this stream. Give me more, please. Please, I want more, please. Give it to me. That's all I have to say. Search for Lacuramaline. She is his mother. Add some context on his species. Ah, okay. You know, context might not be bad. If they are building context in the world for it, man, that's a name. Lacuramaline. Oh lordy, that's spelling. Whoa. Okay, interesting. Oh, okay. So he is designed very much in keeping with how she is. I feel like his hair could be more disorganized based on how it seems like hers is, but yeah, kind of floaty shapes, big, sharp horns on the head, black and white in the color palette. Makes sense, I guess. I can see their relation at least, which is good. So that checks out. Is it Mr. Christine his? Yeah, Banshee Mother does make sense of the way he is designed in some way. The zippers for the edges of those are kind of funny to me, but I kind of like that as a design element, where this sleeve is kind of zipped up a little bit or something. Interesting. I wish the zipper maybe repeated somewhere else too. The amount of detail in his torso is just a little overwhelming for me, but his face is at least mostly focal. Let me do a ladder check on him. But if we do a silhouette check, right now, his silhouette is being supported by the posing quite overwhelmingly. The pose is giving him crazy silhouette strength. So much positive and negative space being created by the big, long, weird sleeves. He's got all these little inclusions for negative space, which is always good to have. It's a little overwhelming. And if he was standing in just like a stock standard pose, it wouldn't be as strong, but at least, you know, we've got some of the asymmetry happening from the sort of spiked armor he has on his arm and his spiked horns. They're very thin and spindly, which is interesting and stands out a lot from the other characters in this game who have horns. And these like big, long, like wing-like things out the sides almost feel like they're like hair or ears or something, which is interesting. Miss Christina's with Phantom. Ah, okay. The sleeves are really carrying the weight. Yeah, the sleeves are carrying everything here, most of the design. And yeah, they are carrying the weight too, where we didn't really talk weight for all these ones. She doesn't have a ton of weight, but she is subtly a diamond as far as her visual weight goes. Her overall shape of her character is like that. This one maybe came out at the waist and then was straight down under here. The doctor is just parallel lines, more or less. This one, because of the posing, he is really, honestly, he's just a full triangle at this point. But if he weren't standing with them flayed out like that, he'd probably still at least be like a subtle triangle or like a pentagon of some sort, where it'd probably be like that instead. But close enough. Has long hair, can better see in the E2. Okay. I will maybe look at the E2 just so I can see the long hair. How do I spell your name? Oh, goes very easily. Whoop, hang on. There we go. Arknights is an anime version of Arknights, just without the ham in the middle? What? I saw somebody reference Harley Quinn earlier, which is interesting. Second time that has been important to us. Oh, hang on, so the hair could be adding more to the silhouette here than it is. This is a really small image, unfortunately, but do we see the hair sort of cascading out? He has like a low ponytail almost, maybe. And it's all cascading out behind him. Does he have a tail that I couldn't see before either? It doesn't seem like he does. Okay, interesting. That does make me wish his hair was a part of his silhouette. I see it sort of creeping over his shoulder here, but it's so flat to his shoulder. Or we could have this like standing up a little bit taller. It's gonna be hard to see it because the background's gray, but like you could even just have little wisps of it just kind of, you know, floating, because that seems to be one of the things that is sort of visually important about his mother, was the way that her hair was sort of acting in a non-gravity manner. I feel like that might be nice for him also for silhouette reasons, and then it increases the flow down into the wider parts down here maybe also. No, Arknights is an adaptation of Chinese name that can be understood as Ark of Tomorrow. Yeah, no, I am aware that it is definitely not based in Arkham. I didn't actually think so, but it is a good bit that maybe it is Arkham Knights related. Has one set of horns, two sets of wings. Okay, all the banshees have that, okay. So that's good to note for species. The family bloodline must survive? I'm a horse uncle? What are you guys talking about? We're getting into the lore there. We're getting lost in the sauce. Come back to me. What I want more from this design. More variation in color undertone. The silhouette is being carried by the posing right now. His face, unfortunately, maybe isn't as focal as it could be, but it's not terrible. It's a nice flat plane where this is really complicated and busy, and the face is really not. It's less detail. The contrast and detail is what's bringing me into it. Also, some of the sharp shape language, a lot of the details are smaller around the face, is helping with focal point. His arms are probably equally as focal, unfortunately, because they're so bright. We haven't looked at the girls that have the trouble yet, but because a lot of them wear fully black outfits and they're so pale, where their skin is showing tends to be really focal. It's really good for bringing attention to the face, but sometimes it's really a distract us with thighs and forearms, mayhaps. But not too bad. I appreciate that the shoes have some shape language to them also. They're not just sleek boots, they sort of flare out at the top, the buckles add to silhouette. They have tried to solve the classic male formal wear issue also, which is that there is nothing usually happening between the ankle and the hip in men's formal wear. And they did go the tactical belts approach, but somebody who's paramilitary, it looks like he's storing like a dagger or something in them. I'll accept it. It's slightly overdone in my experience out in the world, but it's not the worst. I understand it. At least on his character, it's doesn't feel at odds. Let's draw a ladder. I'm gonna use the back leg. Top the shoe, add something. This is a diagonal being formed here, so we haven't really used any diagonal lines yet on the designs, but do you see how this belt and this belt sort of tangent into each other? But they do create a diagonal at least. Then there's this belt, there's the bottom edge of the shirt. This is too steep of a diagonal for me to count it, the crossbody. The arms, if they're not posed up, the arms don't count because they wouldn't be posed up there. Top of the shoulders, this collar, the eyes and the hairline. The eyes are always like exactly at the hairline as well, which is seemingly a trend in this. Top of these wings, perhaps, and then there's at least some asymmetry happening in his horns, the top of his head. Deepness in the background music. Yeah, Deepness. Operation Deepness. We're listening to just instrumentals from the game. So, visually for me, let me turn this off so we can see it. Kind of a sparse ladder. We do at least have good asymmetry in it. Up at the top and down in here with some of the belts, which works. That asymmetry isn't impacting the silhouette, unfortunately. The silhouette itself right now is sort of misleading us because it is drawn asymmetrically, despite the fact that if we were looking at this character like in an A pose or a T pose, it would probably be completely symmetrical in silhouette. But I won't take away a ton of points just because there is some variation there throughout. Secondarily, good clustering around the head, which is the other reason why the head feels focal. All this detail in here because it's sort of pushed back. It's not super high contrast. Despite the fact that it's a little bit visually overwhelming, it's not that bad because that lower clarity is making it less important to us. So, not terrible. Is there anything about this that I'm missing as far as concept goes? I'll start grading. I didn't have a lot of changes to make. I guess we could go in here and try and hack in some more variation in color undertone. Like, honestly, I may just want the pants to have a little bit of brown in them too. That could be just a thing that is apparent throughout characters who are Rhodes Island members. They just get brown gradient pants. I'd be on board for it, although it might make the pants a little bit too focal. That red maybe could come back in more pops, or the gold or something. Maybe a little bit of orange, maybe. I don't know. Wearing parts of his mother's clothes. Interesting. This sash says Rhodes Island, this one across the chest, which is the same as Amiya's does also. They label themselves very clearly. They're on the nose. I told you about the pen. I guessed about the pen. I guessed the pen because I knew that arts is one of the ability names here. You should be proud of me. I did enough research that I could figure that out. Hang on. Where was I in the rubric? Color palette. I, once again, want more. Want more from the color palette. The silhouette. Pretty good. Good asymmetry. Passes the ladder test quite well. It's okay. Complexity versus clarity. I feel like I'm having a little bit of clarity issue, specifically around the chest area. Discerning objects from each other, and it's just a little overwhelming. But it's not too terrible. Focal point wise, it's his face. Do you agree with me? Do you agree with me that it's his face? For me, the collar being blue is sort of framing his head. His eyes being red should be making his face pretty focal, but they're kind of muted. His hair is brighter than a lot of his clothing is, so that's bringing me in there as well. Every once in a while I second guess myself and I have to ask you because I've been looking at these for too long. Oh, bye Selma. Enjoy your Mikus. Thank you for hanging out with us and for rotating. Interesting when you get to the Lithinians? Oh boy, oh lordy. The moment we get a word that has more than like 2 of the same letter, my brain goes I say as if my name isn't a classic case of that in. Lithanians? Oh, okay, I see. Collar and wings from the face. Okay, if you agree with me, then I will give full points for focal point. The forearms are just a little distracting, but that's okay. They did a crop top. Oh, with the arm posing? Yeah, that's part of that clarity point we're losing. Concept and motifs. I think the Banshee angle, I would have to be more familiar with the lore for. That's more of like an in-universe thing, where they've sort of built a theming for that kind of character that, because I'm just not super absorbed into the story, I wouldn't get. But I'm gonna guess that someone who is aware of the story, if they've seen other banshees or other characters that I forget the word already, but that are the demon kind, you'd probably be able to look at him and say, yeah, he's one of them pretty easily, which works for the concept. Did I get his personality right? He feels villainous, even though I guess knowing that he's a Rhodes Island member means that he's not a villain. Is this Gap Moe? Is he meant to seem like he's like cold and brooding and like somebody you don't want to approach? He's unapproachable. Maybe a little bit antisocial, but on the other hand, he actually is very friendly and nice, maybe? He's a goober, bro, but very chill. Okay. The only thing that is helping me to know that he is not maybe evil is because I know his affiliation, maybe. Kind of intimidating, good guy, office chair racing champion. Oh, you guys were saying that earlier and I didn't know what that meant. Dork in a good way. Okay. I think I got most of that. Instructor says he's a good teacher. Ah, serious face with a silly side. Okay. I don't think I missed anything in his concept, and the things that I don't have are things that I think are just inherent to the fact that I'm not an Ark Knights player, probably. So I'd be willing to give him full points for concept here for the most part. But once again, the weakest category for most of these characters is color. The color just isn't as interesting as other things are. And here's the thing, some of the concepts aren't maybe as clever as I would like them to be, but that's fine. There are some clever ones that I think I would give maybe a bonus point to as a result though, maybe. Also, where's my onion? Who stole my onion? Who took my onion? do? Where'd my onion go? Have you taken my onion? What are you doing with it? Don't eat it, please. Please don't eat it. I would appreciate if you didn't. He's voiced by Lelouch? I've watched Code Geass. Lelouch. He's voiced by Lelouch. That's interesting. Get the first impression. Huh. Yeah, that is a very wacky, but also kind of intimidating fella. All out of Squeegee onion. Which Weaver, was it you? Did you eat it? Oh, Hoshi ate it? Scared of who you have for psychic damage. I don't think you should be scared. I don't think this character is especially popular. This is a character that I brought in mostly just because I'm gonna complain just a little bit. Oh, there it is. There's my onion. Thanks for returning it. I appreciate it. Thank you, Shermates. I know you were all morally upstanding citizens. Headspin's giving me a nightmare. Oh, did they spingy me? I'm a mushroom. Don't worry. It doesn't hurt me. Don't worry. Made an arts rating system for Rhodes Island. Now they're ranked on how well a person can use magic in the game and universe flies. Interesting. Reason we have Mudrock on Rhodes Island just for that is cool. Okay. Thank you for the gloop to cultivate the onion. That's also very nice of you. Oh, now I'm just an entirely other EG. Now I'm big. I have to zoom myself out a little bit. I'm too tall now. I take up too much of the screen. You stole my polys. What are you doing with those? What do you need those for? Now I don't have onion anyway. Whatever. I didn't need onion where we're going anyway. People love logos. It's just that he's recent-ish. Oh, okay. So he's recent-ish. Okay. So what is this? 2, 4, 6, 7? 8.5? I'm not giving you an 8.5. I don't wanna give you an 8.5. I think you're right on par with Amiya, and I think that she does some things better than you do. I don't wanna. Because I have to. Whoa. Didn't know you're an onion? No, I'm not an onion. I'm a mushroom. We just call my little sprout on top of my head my onion. It's my little leek on top of my head. I don't wanna give you an 8.5. I feel like I'm too kind. I feel like there's things that could be worked on better here, and I feel like the color is really pulling me down, but the rubric does say 8.5, so I can't really deny the rubric. Teacher is beef. Perhaps the issue here, he's not a bad design. He just bores me, unfortunately, visually. He's not one of the more interesting ones for me. And that's what, alas, that's what makes me struggle. He's not interesting. Does he have effective character design? Maybe. But he's not that interesting. I get that he's popular, but that's okay. Do you want to see the headache? This was somebody I opened by accident, and I was like, what in the world is happening here? What is going on? We're not going to full critique her, but I just wanted to open Blaze, because we were looking at too many characters that were good. Lord Almighty. Oh wait, I don't have the color. Hang on, try again. Give me color. The background. This might actually make it worse. What is going on in the level of detail here? Holy mother lord of detail. Why? Clarity, nightmare, everywhere. What is going on? There's like 8 million belts. It feels like the Final Fantasy devs got a hold of this. Giant chainsaws, legs are out. There's just too much happening visually for me. Not even singing Guilty Gear. This is BS Blazing. Yeah, no. What in the Guilty Gear? What in the Final Fantasy? She's a bit much. She's a bit messy. Her silhouette is only strong because of the way they posed her hair right now. If they hadn't posed her hair right now, she'd have a very basic silhouette. She is asymmetrical, but in the way where it feels like they're just like, here, more, have more detail is more interest, more detail, more better, because she's 6 stars, more detail. Make it stop, it's too much. It's too much. Found at the belt store, lost in the sauce. If it matches her personality and she's a chaotic person, that's fine on one level, but this is just too much entirely. Too much. Chainsaw. No, I know. The chainsaw is cool. Her Elite 2 is fine, but also still overwhelming to look at. Burst Feline. Wow, Burst Feline actually has so much more clarity. I actually like this one way better. Burst Feline is actually kind of cool. This is like a, I guess, band-related one. Good clarity, minor asymmetry. I will say that her shirt is too close in color to her skin tone and shade in her skin tone, so that's maybe a little bit of a clarity issue, but I feel like I enjoy that one better. Less overwhelming. The hair has more interesting silhouette as well. What can you do? Yeah, concert skin's cool. Let me look at her in the other wiki real quick. Low-key hate her hairs in the skin. Like, her hair feels icky a little bit, but that's okay. We don't have to make everything visually engaging. Wait, hang on. So, explosive blue flame. Oh, this is, like, kind of better, but, like, not even fully. There's still too much happening in pattern and texture. Yeah, it feels dirty, but not in an appealing way. Not in a she feels rough and tumble way, but in a way where it's so angular and sharp? I don't know how I feel about it. I didn't want to fully grade her, I just wanted to show that we are mostly talking about characters that I think are kind of in like the 6 and up range, but there are definitely characters here that, for all the things that I'm saying are benefits in the design style and sensibilities of Arknights, for everything that I'm saying that they are doing well, there are designs where they do miss, unfortunately. Oh, I'm back! I got restored! Yay! Polly's restored. This is a skin. Yes, this is a skin also, but it's still also a little bit too much for me visually. They seem to be the trend for her, but like if I were to grade her, her hair is making us pretend like she has weight in her silhouette, just because of the way it's posed. Otherwise, she wouldn't. She would just be shaped like this. She's a tube. To make a ladder for her, all of these details are so visually overwhelming that I don't think any of them actually even count towards her ladder. Half the time, like her knee pads do, this belt does. I'd probably count like that one and like that on her shirt. Bottom of that, shoulder, chin, bangs and eyes, hairband, and her one ear that's down, and then her ear that's up. On this side, she does pass her ladder, but like these are suspiciously similar in width. Do you see this distance here and this distance here, and this distance here is the same distance as this one is here. Too similar in those manners. Skins are a mess, very similar issue. Yeah, it's just, it's messy. It's messy. That's why she was topless. Yeah. This one's just maximalist. Hear me out. Maximalism can work. You can have maximalist designs. I don't know if this is the way to do it. It's just a little bit too much. And I hear she's a newer alter. We can look at that maybe. But I just wanted to show that there are characters, even in the 6 stars, that are rough. Maybe in some manner. Tired sauce. Thank you for the bits. I appreciate it. $1 for EG. Is that what 100 bits is worth? I actually have no clue how much any amount of bits are worth. Check out Typhon. Is that the new version? Also quite early design. That makes me hopeful. I didn't want to grade her. I just wanted to look at her briefly because when I was going through every single character, she was one of the standout designs only because I was like, oogity boogity, gorsh. Too much. Gorsh, Sora. It's too much for me. All right, it's 5:03. Theoretically, we can look at 2 more. 1 bit is 1 cent for you. Oh. So 100 bits, okay, is $1 for me, question mark. But that doesn't mean it's $1 for you. I've been a VTuber, I've been a streamer for a year. I don't know these things still. I just never really looked into them. Blaze is the igniting spark. Oh, okay. See what AG would say about Abenholtz. As much as I love him, his design's kind of boring. Put that in the comments, and maybe we can look at them next time, maybe. So who I have downloaded right now, we can look at probably 2 more. And our options are, we can look at, I think Lapland is another early character. I feel like we should look at early and late, right? Lapland is an early character, and people seemed like they wanted me to talk about her earlier, mayhaps, potentially. 5:03, as in no, evening. I am east coast of US of A. Even's actually a really solid design overall. He's distinct. Interesting. Look at Lapland Alter 2. Okay. So we didn't look at alters for the other characters we looked at. We didn't look at, what is her name? W's alter. But Lapland having an alter is also interesting because I feel like to me, she is also one of the other characters that their design doesn't have a ton of clarity where I hoped it would. and it's a little bit lackluster for me still, and her legs are absolutely focal. So not to go right from one character that was a little bit of psychic damage into another one that I don't know if is the strongest for me, but it's okay. W's altar is worse than base. Really interesting. Lapland, Texas. Okay, Texas maybe will be where we go next, and then next time we'll pull all from like probably mostly new characters, and we'll see next time in contrast how much the game has grown in terms of their character designs. Thank you for another $1 tartar sauce. Thank you for the zupa. I appreciate it. All are mostly black can be good, but they gotta have different tones or textures. Yeah. So contrast. Where's my contrast graphic? I'm gonna show you my contrast graphic. All things, if something is not interesting by color, it should be interesting by detail, texture, or contrast, or value. If something is not interesting by texture, it should be interesting by one of those other things. Those are sort of our tools. We can do interest in detail, value, color. My hand isn't there. Stop doing that. Color, detail, value. Yeah, mostly. Or shape. Those are our powers. So when things are not interesting, made interesting by those things, they feel lackluster, which is probably part of the problem we have with the Doctor. It's part of the issue I'm going to have here also, which is that the way this is currently laid out as far as color works, all of the warmth is right here. It feels like there's a spotlight on her knee, which is strange. Her face doesn't even have the same warmth. So that, I think, is my first concern. This game is also usually really good at differentiating the skin tone from the hair through value and through hue, so that we are not having clarity issues, but her hair is the same value more or less as her skin is, and there's not enough of a hue difference also. So I just want to take this and put this on her face and see if, oh my gosh, wait, it is the same color. Put it on her face and give her just a little bit more color. So that way maybe the warmth of her face will pull us in a little bit better. And then secondarily, her face isn't acting focally because her eyes are also so similar in value to her hair and the shading colors of her hair that I am losing her face entirely. I look at either the center of her design or her really big bright light spot on her leg. Like, I feel like we could just push this leg back a little bit more, maybe, and I'll gradate it out so it doesn't feel as stark, but like, it's just too much. And then also, like, if we're talking about even just having like a chibi in the game, they could have given her just some sort of sheer legging or tight or something so that her face will have a fighting chance. Do you see how much more her face fights for our attention now? Because I darkened her leg in. It's a lot more. And then secondarily, I want more color undertones. Her hair has a little bit of subtle blue and green. I want that from her eyes a little bit too. I wish her eye had like, maybe like a teal or a green. Granted, I don't really know anything about her character particularly, but just the slightest green. Look how little that green is. Just a little bit of green. But you see how it pops? So it draws us into her face. See how it's interesting to us visually? Similarly, there's a little bit of blue transition happening in the lower part of her coat. It's warmer at the top, cooler at the bottom. I feel like we could exaggerate that just a little bit more maybe, or even have her shorts be fully into one of those schemes or the other, because we're getting similar values all the way throughout it. It's just not adding a lot of visual interest. Yeah, I did not change it to black and white. There's just very little saturation in it, which, hear me out, not a bad thing. You can make interesting monochromatic black grayscale-esque palettes, but I just need a little more. It's just not interesting the way it could be if it had just a hint, a smidge more of color. I didn't add that much. I just made her eyes a little bit green and made her legs less focal. But that does a lot for me just in a subtle manner. Color artist has improved their rendering a bunch between her base and her skin art. Ah, that's interesting to hear also. Palette is justified in lore. Okay, so don't tell me first, let me guess, and then you can tell me what the justification is. The cold read for her was that she has, you know, really big katanas of some sort, big long swords, but she doesn't really have anything else that points me in the direction of samurai as far as her attire goes. She is dressed in dark colors, so I'm wondering if she is meant to be somebody who is attacking from the shadows, although these swords would be quite cumbersome for that. She seems agility-based. I'm guessing with the emphasis on legs that she's probably also agility. She may be a little bit gymnastic, maybe in some way. Or maybe she is fighting by attacking with her feet. Once again, practical shoes at least. I'll give them points for that. And then the coat, other than being cross-bodied with like one dangling thing from it, she's entirely symmetrical in her base design if we're ignoring the weapons. Also, is this a sickle? I don't quite know what that is either. Maybe a bag, maybe. What animal? Ah, okay, wolf. Someone said it already, but I was not having trouble determining that. She has a tail, and she has wolf ears that are kind of worked into her hair. Yeah. Skin with tiny changes. Maybe you'll like that. Maybe. And as far as personality goes, she seems... For her being so black and white, she seems surprisingly pleasant. A lot of her design is really sharp and triangle-based, so she should feel a bit more intimidating than she does, but she still feels surprisingly friendly to me. But she seems like maybe she's been going through it. She's staying silly and positive, maybe despite the world around her being so tough and having a hard time. Maybe. But yeah, you can tell me what her deal is. Italian assassin, she's an advanced stage of rock cancer, very unhinged. Ah, okay. Her hair, having all these different lengths and variations in it, I could see leaning into the maybe a bit of unhingedness. Nailed her personality, mixed bag intentionally. Assassin for her father. Being an assassin with these giant of swords is kind of crazy. Those are not stealth weapons, and also your bright white legs are not working for stealth, girly. It's like, do you ever go out in the sun and you realize that you are like reflective as a person? I do that sometimes. I feel like I mentioned this. My sister and I went to a wedding, and a guy at the wedding, my sister's gone on vacation already this year. I have not. And the guy was like, if you are siblings, why are you so pale and she's so tan? I was like glowing in my outfit. I looked so pale in the bright sun. I looked translucent. Not great for trying to be secretive with anything, potentially. Agility-based berserker. Okay. Good read on personality, described as polite and personal, but also unhinged. Interesting. Obsessed with Texas. Notably the character and not the state. Crazy and Italian. Woo! White-haired Italians! Unite! Monochromatic white-haired Italians also unite. But girly, I think you need a pop of color. I got gold and I got blush in my cheeks. Don't have a lot of it. My question is... So this is the rock cancer, right? On her leg, potentially? So she's an advanced form of it. In what way is that impacting her? Is she having a rougher time living as a result of it? Is she struggling a little bit because of it? Or is she mostly getting through it? This art or skin art is actually the canon one at this point. Oh, interesting. Okay, hang on. Well, let me find her and see that at least. But, Lapland. Also, I should have Googled what this meant before I went live. What does Lapland mean? Lapland is the location is a location, right? In Reverse 1999. What is Lapland? Is that a place? Like a real place? If that's a place in Italy, I'm gonna be really embarrassed. More color on her altar. What do you mean altar? Is that her elite 2 or refined horror mare? Question mark. See the rock cancer more in her E2. Okay. I see her E2. Let me copy her E2. Oh, see, I like that her ears are darker in this one also. I still feel like she needs a little bit more color variation, but I enjoy that she's got a little bit more exaggeration in her shoes and the way that her coat is flaring. Her legs adds more asymmetry. I think this is a step in the right direction for her. She's just a little lackluster, maybe here in some ways. Lapland's a place in the Nordics. Oh, interesting. I think this is stronger. I would say this is a good point or so better. But we're grading this one. We're grading base designs. Bye! Also, it makes sense of what's going on with the sword, because I was kind of confused. Lapland's the place you see cats and little dogs. The land of my lap is where we see to the cat and the little dog. That's true. Oh, Laplace is what's in Reverse 1999. Sorry, you're right. I didn't remember that correctly. Thank you. I'm glad you guys know. Enigma Art Drive also, thank you for following. Hand reveal when? Hi. My hands have been well seen. If you go through my VODs, you'll find my hands. They do exist there. But girly, she needs more visual interest in her colors for me. I think her outfit is more interesting in the other version because right now it's too symmetrical for me. What can you do? As far as determining her animal and her concept, I think we're mostly there. But I feel like something that I haven't given a lot of these characters enough grief about is how one note their designs are. I appreciated from Amiya that, you know, she's got schoolgirl aesthetic as well as her professional aesthetic combined, which is good. That's nice. That's 2 layers. Doctor is only the professional end of it. That's sort of 1 layer. That's one-dimensional, not as interesting. This one, similarly, not as interesting. This design, because it's combining sort of the tech wear with the lab and rain elements, felt like it's got a little more dimension to it. The dew, the grass, I can see a little more cleverness happening in the concept. Here, you've got sort of like the crow and winged elements and the sharp stuff. A little bit of traditional clothing mixing with this sort of tech wear, professional wear. That's okay. This feels kind of one note to me. It feels like we don't have a lot of layers. The wolf aspect isn't really influencing her clothing in any way I can see. Like, they didn't even give her like sharp nails or anything. We're not cleverly working in her concept. And she has a black jacket, and that's kind of it, unfortunately. What can you do? Also an old design. Yeah, that's fair, but it's 1 note for me, which is going to be deduction of points. It's not interesting. We can have more detailed, more layered, more interesting concept design, and I think that would be to the benefit of her. Once again, color palette, kind of lacking. Also, wait, this might actually even... Well, would that be too harsh of me? I might put that there because I wish that for her gameplay, her weapon made more sense for stealth, and her legs being fully out doesn't really make sense for stealth for me. For practicality's sake, that wouldn't have been my guess. I would have put her as somewhere in the front line, which wouldn't even work out with her outfit, but I did get agility and personality right. Concept is actually to stress the teacher out. That's true, I am stressing out. Complexity versus clarity. I'm losing her sleeve into her hip because it's black on black on black on black with her collar and her shorts and everything. We could have a little better variation to clarify that for me. Her silhouette's not bad, but it's not as good as some of the others, and she is completely symmetrical. We draw a ladder for her also. She's not one of the stronger ones for me, unfortunately. She feels a little bit lacking, and I guess she is an earlier design, which therefore makes me relieved that the later designs are potentially stronger. Use the black back leg here. Whoop, she's got a lot of bands in her shoe. Nothing in her legs until we reach here. This is the same line that her sleeve is on. That's diagonal. Buttons don't really break it up. It's kind of hard figuring out where to draw lines in her. She doesn't really have a lot of medium-sized details either. Maybe she's just lacking in a little bit of detail for me too. Her clothing might not be specific enough. Top of her head. I mean, that's a trick ladder. You think you'll be fine, but then there's kind of nothing. But as a result, I feel like the thing I would say about her is that she needs flavor blasting. And I think they flavor blasted her a little bit more in the E2, which is good, and I'm happy about that. You can throw ladders at me if you wish. I will hold my arms out open, and I will catch them so that I don't pass under them and screw myself up for this Friday of the 13th that it may be today. Less traditional assassin, more mob hitman. Mob hitman with a sword? I don't know about you, but I don't know if the Italian mafia is big into swords. Ultra's what she's supposed to really be. Ah, look, I caught it. You thought I couldn't. You thought I wouldn't catch it. I caught that one. Oops, I didn't catch this one, though. Oops. I made an attempt, though. Not stealthy, kind of assassin that blows the whole place. Oh. Rip. If she's not trying to be stealthy, I can give her a half point back. That seems like that's the intent. But I still feel like her concept is very one note for me. Focal point-wise, it is her legs. Still in her E2, her leg is still focal because her face has low contrast. I'll give her half point back here. But I think that's fine. Visually, not as interesting. I did catch it, yeah, I guess so, but with my face, which is not how you're generally meant to catch things, but that's okay. Maybe for the concept of Syracusa was done properly. Ah, hired killer's a better description. Oh, okay, I see. I like finding a gun in Arknights, much less using them. Didn't we already see a character that had a gun? I thought we already saw a character that had a gun. Gun's not common? Whoop. Grading. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5. That sounds about right. I want more from her. Give me more. It's okay. It's not bad though. We haven't clapped for any of these characters, but that's okay. We can give them a round of applause at the end. We usually clap for real people on Mondays, but that's okay. W had explosive. Guess that was a gun. Guns! Not common though, I guess. For bows. Only one race have gun privileges? What do you mean gun privileges? Intriguing. Lore. Guns are only for Sancta. W's guns are because she stole them. Oh, interesting. More like a grenade launcher. More you know. Intriguing. Let's see. We may have time for one, if not two more. You know what we forgot to do? You know what we forgot to do? I was so locked in. We didn't gamba. And today would have been a good gamba too, because what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We would have gotten to like 7 or 8 designs today. Would have been a good gamba. Unusual EG numbers to achieve in a stream, but man, too locked in. I forgot. God. Darn it, no gamba. I mean, Sad Cat got an AR. Oh, did Sad Cat also have an AR? Huh? What? Americans become an AK? Oh, interesting. Intriguing, also. Milia Wari, thank you for following. Guns have magic receivement to be used, so they're not common. Oh, oopsie. Yeah, hang on. So when we continue doing this, we will actually gamba that time. Seems like this is one of the games I can move through the designs of pretty efficiently because most of the points are lost not in the concept angle. Usually we spend a long time on designs trying to modify them when we're having trouble perceiving the concept. Here, most of the trouble is color, which I can usually do some solving towards pretty quickly, but the way that I would solve a lot of them would require so much backtracking and undoing in the work, and the rendering style makes it kind of difficult to do that sort of modification, that we're kind of moving through them at a pretty good pace. Yeah, 2 locked-in's not a bad thing. Usually EG's locked out of the house, but today I'm locked in the house. Alive to Thrive has not had to jingle keys at me once, and I'm proud of it, but I will eat a snack really quickly now. I see someone with a gun. You can look at Ambriel. Interesting. Okay. I think we're gonna look at Texas, and then I will let you guys, after Texas, pick who to round out the stream with. And I wanted to look at Texas because I think that's just another one of the early game characters that's still popular and has a altar that is quite popular. Let me know if I'm right about that. I think I'm right, but I am not sure. Shu? Hi? Oi? To quote Fuamoko, hi? You get a background color so it doesn't hurt my eyeballs to look at this. I don't know how we've done most of our streams with white backgrounds when we do these. It's too much. Texas is supposed to be the opposite of Lapland. Oh, interesting. So doing them back to back is maybe a good move, potentially? Okay, I see. Yeah, no white on white. Don't worry, we'll put a dark background in. Lapland is supposed to be tame for Texas's sake. Texas is the opposite of Lapland. Okay. I don't know if I would have realized they're foils immediately on my own, but I do see that they're at least color foils. You know, ears that are positioned down, hair is more chaotic, white hair, and dark clothing. Meanwhile, ears positioned up, dark hair, lighter clothing. More color throughout also. Hoshi is researching my hand streams? Why are we doing that for? I don't know why anyone wants to see my hands, but I guess you can if you want. I've done it. You've seen my hands a couple times. That's fine. Texas calm professional cold. Hang on, don't tell me things about them. Although I would have told you that anyway. Don't spoil. Don't spoil for me. I gotta do a cold read, but I want to eat a snack first because I'm hungry. I need to eat my pretzel twist that somebody redeemed for me to eat like 3 hours ago. Based on these are not design wines foils of each other, only their alter designs are. Ah, okay. I see. Someone said they wanted to go back and watch. Oh, okay. Thank you for providing that for them, Hoshi. That was very kind of you. Apologies. You're good, you're good. Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. I'm gonna eat my snack fast quick, and then I'll make some guesses about... Actually, wait. Would it be smarter? Why don't I make my cold read and then eat my snack while you tell me what the deal is with her? Cold read. She does seem professional. She seems a little more demure, a little more quiet. She is still a fighter, but once again, she feels a little bit like a generic fighter to me. I'm not really getting anything particular. She needs some flavor blasting for sure, but her colors are much more interesting. She has the nice gradation in her legs where it's purple to like a warm tone, blues up here. She's got red, but it's making her face not focal. But as far as her as a character goes, she seems like she is like rookie fighter. She is in like the lowest level of a military force. Once again, another agility fighter, perhaps. I like her sneakers. But that's about it. That's my cold read on her. I'm not getting much deeper, and also, once again, a wolf. I can see she's a tail and she's ears. But that's what I'm getting. Not as chaotic, a little bit more refined. If you have any further details to tell me about her, let me know. Correct, just the rookie parts are hiding her skills. Ah, I see. Lowest. Yeah, she doesn't feel like she'd be the top tier in a military. She feels like she'd be in the lower part of it. Proper, agility, calm, graceful. Works for a logistics company run by a penguin? Huh? Sometimes hearing things about characters from different games is very perplexing. She works for a logistics company run by a penguin. Good. Sorry, I probably shouldn't have asked, but figured it was fine since you're on VODs. Yeah, no, you're fine, Hoshi. I just was confused as to why I was seeing it. Don't worry about it. You're good. Also, Chance the Ace, thank you for following. Did I already thank you? I might have. My memory is not great. Works as a UPS in this skin? She's a mail deliverer? Mail carrier? Rapper / god penguin. That's a intriguing combo. Delivery woman who can win a fight against Lapland. Ex-mafia who migrated to Colombia and works as a convoy bodyguard for Penguin Logistic. Interesting. No, not you saying UPS aren't exclusively males. Mail! The stuff you send! Mail. I would have not guessed that she's a mail carrier, but I think that's because the way she's posed right now, put her sword in the other hand. I think this is her mail carrier bag on her one hip that her hand is completely obscuring and having a clarity issue with. Not fantastic as far as posing goes for telling me that, but I guess I could see that. She's got her name tag, so I guess logistics-wise that works. Used to be the mafia stuff happened, does mail now. UPS drivers don't typically wear chainmail. True. I guess if she's not a frontline fighter, I mean, she doesn't really look like a bodyguard to me either, but if she's working in the mail service and carrying a sword, I guess she's just gonna be prepared for whatever happens. I don't know. Zoned out, why is she carrying mails? No! 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 Shroommates! Focus! Come back to me! I've lost you! You guys got lost in the pun sauce! This is kind of sad. Early game had little to no lore about her. Only that she's Kudir. Okay, I can see that from looking at her. Works for Penguin, had a feud with Lapland. Took them 3 years to add to the background and eats chocolate sticks to stop smoking. Oh. Oh, I see. She is holding something in a way that looks like a cigarette. Whoa. That's very real of them. That is one of the hardest parts for people to kick of having to quit smoking is the just physical habit of it, where you gotta chew something, or like people eat like lollipops or something. I guess chocolate sticks would work too for breaking the habit part of it. Intriguing. I like that level of making her real in some manner. Feels grounded in that manner. But once again, I think she just needs a little flavor blasting. The color design is interesting. Her face is not focal, unfortunately. Her hair is sort of carrying me down and out, and the red things are making me look at her hip. This is also bringing me in to look at her hip, which is maybe the mail carrying bag, which isn't too bad. If we could see it, I wouldn't mind it being as focal as it is, maybe. Gameplay, one of the units that starts the scenario holds before the rest of the team comes. So there's a cigarette, but age restricts, so Pocky. Ah. Fair. Altars is Texas flavor blasted. That's good to hear, but we're grading the base design, unfortunately. We can look at their altars maybe next week and see if their grade changes for the altars, because we were gonna look at one of the altars anyway, accidentally. But we'll see. Although I don't know if that's a good use of our time, if our time is better used looking at newer designs in general. Whatever you guys end up commenting will end up be what decides it, probably. Oh, Dawn Controller. Thank you for following. One of the few characters with an Italian dub. Oh, good for her. I did see a lot of the characters have like 4 different languages for them. Texas's altar is a newer design. Wink, wink. Okay, so maybe Texas will come back next week, perhaps, maybe. Let me eat the rest of my garlic flavored pretzels. and then we will do the actual critique here, and then I'll let you guys pick the final one for after. I'm gonna munch, I'm gonna crunch, and I'm gonna focus on munching and crunching and not get distracted yapping. I'm having like a totally opposite day. I'm so distracted being on topic that I'm forgetting to eat my pretzels. This does not, I mean, usually it takes me a while to eat my snacks, but like, I'm like weirdly locked in for a Friday too. Like, it's Friday, school's out, scream shout, it's the summer. Huh? Why am I focused? I barely yapped for like 2 weeks, and for some reason there's none of it in my system right now. It's strange. Ah!
Hey!
Hi, Joby! You scared me.
You won't believe it.
You're right, I wouldn't. What's up?
We made the best picture of all time.
Of all time! Wow!
That might be
Jump
one.
scare. Wow! Hey, that is really cool.
And that one come out.
Go work, get me up for that.
Dap me up. Wait, look at that.
Wiped pretzel on your hand. Say hi, my partner is here. Joby is here too. Say hi. Ah, Danny. Look at him. He looks good. Oh, the plants. They're so shiny.
I mean, they came out. They came out good.
Salutations unto ye, Jubius of the Darkroom, Master of Brain Rots, Wielder of Chairs, Constructor of War Machines, Seeker of Lost Paperworks, Extoller of Contrarian Felines, Host of Family Feuds. 07.
They're greeting you. There was a TTS reading in my ear while you were saying that, unfortunately. You've been greeted. Joby can't hear. But you've been greeted as salutations unto ye, Jobies of the Dark Room, Master of Brain Rots, Wielder of Chairs, Constructor of War Machines, Seeker of Lost Paperworks, Extoller of Contrarian Felines, Host of Family Feuds.
What does that mean? What is that last part? An Exeter of Contrarian Felines?
That had to do with the cat girls doing taxes, I think.
Cat girls should... Yeah.
Cat girls are exempt from taxes. I did read it to Joby at least. Thank you. I know we're a cute couple. I know. Thanks.
Yeah, what's going on here? What's happening?
I'm eating pretzels. Hey, Joby, do you want to give a cold read on this design while I eat pretzels?
Yeah.
Tell me what you think about this character, but just by looking at it.
So...
Joby is also an art teacher.
Yeah, right off the bat, what I'm getting is just kind of like a don't mess with me vibe. She's got the body posture, only right angles on her. Look at that. Look at that. Right angle on the arm, on the sword, crossbody. Tell me, don't come near me. Her sword's made of...
posture. Yeah.
Looks like it could be made of some kind of lava rock or a cheese of some kind. But rocking sneaks. Rocking
fresh sneakers.
Leggings, and don't even get me wrong, she's dressed up, she's actually got the Ezio Assassin's Creed look.
Huh.
Because she got the cross, she got the red.
You did the capelet and the crossbody, huh?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I never played those games, but I think you saved Jesus in one of the games.
I wouldn't know either, potentially. I know that they restored, what is it, Notre Dame?
Yeah, I don't even know what that
half
means.
Burned?
Oh, but we got a cat girl! Yay!
Oh, you think she's a cat girl?
She's a cat girl, look, got the ears!
So, okay, so she's not a cat girl.
That's messed up. Clearly a cat girl.
She is a wolf girl, so close, but not quite.
She don't have a tail. Oh, she does.
She does have a tail. Also, in anime design, the moment they do ears and they make them spikier on the inside, they're always dog.
I think that...
Cat ears are usually made rounded.
Yeah, they got the little... Wait, did you add that little clip in the ear?
No, they had the hair clips. Or the ear clips. They were there.
I think dogs usually have clipped ears. That's kind of a thing that usually I can tell. Or sometimes they have they're bushier. Now, don't get me wrong. I was reading it from a distance. But from sight alone, I wouldn't be able to ocularly pat down this person. I wouldn't be able to assess the threat level.
Okay, so would you guess that she is a mailman for a logistics company?
No, see, because usually if
she has the bag, but it's being obscured by her hand.
If you're a mailman, usually you carry a lot of packages on your back. You usually have a baby on your chest.
Yeah, usually you like strand-like things.
Yeah, it's usually Norman Reedus adjacent, but this ain't no mailman.
Yeah, there's no Norman Reedus in here, so it couldn't possibly be a mailman. Joby's playing Death Stranding right now, in case anyone doesn't know what we're discussing.
I'm playing it right now. This game's awesome. It turns out it came out in 2019. No one told me.
Oh, 2019? I didn't know it was that old.
No one told me it came out.
What?
So...
I thought Death Stranding came out in like 2022 or something.
No, it came out.
Yeah, the baby on chest is a really big issue here that we are lacking.
She don't have baby at all.
No. So, okay.
I would not tell she's a postman.
Okay. That's fair. Huh? The dame stranded.
Now, can Jubby tell Tex is Italian American? From sight alone, yes. Oh my god, yeah. She actually got more of like a New Jersey Italian kind of vibe.
I'm not really getting an olivine skin tone, but wait.
Well,
instant head turn.
Think about, have you ever, because they have the Pine Barrens out there. So, yeah, she's got the gabagool, but she's got the wolf in her.
Yeah, visually, there's a lot of gabagool happening here. Very good.
I'm trying to make this make sense.
Yeah, to me, you know, Italians do often have dark hair. Sakusa, yeah, is in Italy, so not real Italy, but kind of fake Italy.
Does her last name end in a vowel?
Good question. Her first name is Texas.
Yeah, see, they already screwed it up there, right? You know, it's like...
Well, she's Italian American. What's more American than being named Texas? What was her last name? You guys told me what her last name was earlier, but I forget. Texas is her last name. Oh, never mind. So it does end in a vowel.
Oh, okay. Texas is her last name?
Selenia, Texas.
Oh, see, Selenia.
That is kind of Italian name.
But Texas is that really usurps it for me.
It's goofy.
Makes me think there should be a little tumbleweed, or maybe she has a hand cannon somewhere.
I think, based on the knowledge we have obtained recently, I think I am the Texas to Jubby's Lapland.
Truth. I don't even know what that means.
That's fine. I'm a little bit more serious, maybe a little more stoic. You guys know me as a little more silly. But Jubby is a little more chaotic, goofy. Potentially.
I don't...
It's more American than a gun. She does not have a gun, though.
Yeah, she don't have a gun.
Named after the wolf she's based off of. Texas wolf? Or is there a...
Selenia.
Selenia's a kind of wolf?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
I used to study wolves for a long time. I have a wolf identifier
studied wolves for a time.
Yeah.
I knew you studied sharks for a time, but I didn't know you studied wolves.
Truth.
I'll actually eat more pretzels while you're here.
So I think that was a good read of her. I think we can go on to the next one, right?
No, so we actually have to give her a grade still.
Out of what?
10. We have a rubric.
10?
So they're asking if you were a furry. What do you mean were?
Am I a furry?
Yeah.
Never once in this lifetime was I a furry. Maybe in another lifetime I was. But
Joby's a supporter of the furries, but I don't think Joby is inherently a furry.
I rode with them. I know what they're about. I know what they do. Mm-hmm. So is this the dreaded ladder I've heard so much about?
Yeah, we're doing a ladder test.
I don't actually know what the ladder test is.
Okay, I'll explain the ladder test. The ladder test is how we determine whether or not the verticality of human-type designs is broken up in an interesting manner.
So could we walk her? Like, could we walk up her?
Correct. So if you can climb the ladder, it's a failure. That's bad. We don't want to. If we can climb it, then the design is usually too stagnant, too evenly spaced out. Variety is the spice of life.
I don't think she's walkable.
She's a wolf. She's dog-like. You could take her on a walk. But climbable is the word we use.
I couldn't climb up her, no. Well, kind of at the top there.
Maybe a little.
She looks like the missing No from Pokemon.
A little bit in her ladder form, yeah. Same with Lapland, same species of wolf. Went extinct the same year written on Lapland's design. Oh. Rip. That's sad. But that's an interesting, concept angle at the very least. Ow! Ow! I got speared to the ladder while I was paying attention.
That ladder kind of looks like the ladder
It does! Had. It looks like my default dangerous ladder a little bit. That one, yeah, hang on, if I turn it that way, see, it is kind of the same. One of the first characters that were made for the game and a beta of the game. Ah, okay. Ow. That's like right in my eye socket. Could you get that out of there? Yeah, missing no mention. So I think she passes her ladder test. She is at least not completely symmetrical, although her silhouette, other than the bags, would be completely symmetrical. Her hair is symmetrical. Even her bangs are kind of symmetrical in their big shapes. The shoes look like they're just perfectly mirrored of each other, even. Which, whoa, does lose a couple points, maybe, mayhaps, just slightly.
She could look more like a dog.
Wolf. Actual species now exist. Huh?
She could look more like a dog.
Yeah, she could have more of that dog in her. I feel like we just need more exaggeration in her clothing. I feel like this could have been a good opportunity to, like, flare her sleeve out more somewhere, because her silhouette is really... Hang on, my hand is dirty.
You know what?
I have pretzel on my finger.
You know what postmen always wear? They wear them short shorts.
Yeah, you're right. Give her a fun little hat or something.
Yeah, a hat.
I'm surprised none of these characters we've looked at wear hats at all. But her overall shape is very much like this. The hair is giving her at least a little bit of flair, so she does have some visual weight in the middle of her body. But her clothing isn't adding much to her silhouette, unfortunately. Very vertical. Ultra's more wolf-like. Beside her are two dogs. One's Italian, the other is from Texas.
She looks like a high schooler.
She does also look like a high schooler.
She looked like she's going to class.
I believe a lot of the characters are child soldiers, we have learned.
Well, give them guns or grenades.
Well, there's in-lore reasons for why they don't have guns.
Oh, word?
They were just telling me about it. Color palette. She's more interesting than the other ones are. Her silhouette is a little bit lacking for me. Lexi versus Clarity, I don't have any clarity issues with reading her. And honestly, I don't know if she needs flavor blasting. She might be okay. She might be okay with her level of detail. Maybe just a little. Focal point. What's a focal point for you?
I keep looking at the sword.
The sword, okay.
I think it's the color pop. If it wasn't the sword, then I think I would look towards the head more.
I'm gonna cover the sword just because that's not technically part of the character because we're creating the design itself.
Yeah, now I look towards her shoulders for some reason.
I'm drawn towards this belt because all of the angles that the belt is creating is sort of creating an apex here at the wrist or at the elbow. Yeah, they're explaining to you the whole gun thing now.
Oh, word, I can't read it, but...
Magical devices are easier to handle than guns. Getting them in-game is really hard. You can only get them if you are from a specific place, apparently.
It makes sense, because if you're shooting people, you have to get rid of their body quickly before they void out of existence.
Yeah, before they explode and create a crevice in the world. That's true.
Just like the Death Stranding. I get it.
Yeah, you get it. Definitely, yeah, Ark Knights is inspired by Death Stranding for sure.
I mean,
TLDR, gunpowder never discovered. Oh, same universe. Okay, I'm just disturbing lack of handprints on these characters. So, focal point, still not really entirely the face for me, unfortunately. I feel like the eyes already sort of have this gold, but if they had more of this strong orange in them and were maybe just a little more saturated, just do saturation.
She vaping?
Color. No, she's eating a chocolate, but it is censored. She was supposed to be smoking originally.
That looks like a jewel.
It does kind of look like a jewel.
Looks like she's vaping.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's a Pocky, apparently.
I don't think that's good for kids to
she quit smoking. I think that's canon to her.
Oh, she quit smoking. Good for her.
The tone you said that in. I'm gonna give her eyes just some saturation. Not that much, but just some saturation to see if that helps me out.
Look, yeah, my eyes immediately go.
Sunset colors in the eyes. Makes her face more focal for me. I feel like if she had more shadow around her eyes, that might also help a little bit too. But the sword is quite distracting. This is still not fully dealt with. If we cool this red off, it'll be less distracting also, potentially. I go like this.
What's wrong with looking at the tummy?
Well, if we are trying to form a connection with the character, we should be directed to look at the face, theoretically,
look at the eyeballs, but you just saturated her eyeballs, right?
Yeah, so that's helping.
Oh, I see.
So we're gonna help more. We're gonna add another color to our color palette, potentially accidentally here, which might also make this too focal. But I'll turn it down so it's just undertone. But actually, I feel like that makes it less focal for me. Pulling it off some. Red is just so high chroma and so distracting. I think that toned it back just a little bit.
That sword out of there. That's all I'm looking at.
Yeah, the sword, I mean, that's just gonna be inherent to, I don't know why they designed her sword that way, because it is really distracting. It's more distracting than blue. Really, for you, it's more distracting? For me, it's less distracting, because then the red is mostly in her eyes and down here. Because there's less of it throughout. The red becomes more important in the few little spaces it's in, but I guess that could go either way. Similarly, I feel like the white of this could just be a little bit darker. Push into a mid-tone a little more. Bye, Joby!
Bye!
Say goodbye to Joby, everyone! That was our Jubby interlude. You'll be seeing more of Jubby because it's summer. Summer! School's out! Scream and shout! And that means Jubby is at home all the time, all day. I mean, unless they're going to go do things, but I'll be in here working and Jubby will be like, hey, here, look at this thing. Hey, here, look at thing. Hey, this thing. And I'm like, oh, hi, thanks. I can give Jubby many kisses throughout the day, which is very nice. I am benefiting intensely from this. Jubby, they're saying goodbye! Yeah, so, this design. Got 15 minutes to do a final one, very quick. This. Focal point. It's not her face, unfortunately. Concept and motifs. I feel like we could have done more with the male angle. I feel like we could have done more. I feel like there's a missed opportunity here where the bag I feel like is a hint. Give me a hat, give me something, anything, more. Give me more mail, maybe. I feel like boots would have been better for a mail carrier, or like packages, or more things she's carrying on her. I just want a little more. Yeah, yay, Joby kisses. Whenever I'm having a bad time 3D modeling now, I can just walk into the room and be like, can I have a kiss for strength, please? Joby, can you loan me a little strength? I just kind of flop on the bed and I'm like, Joby, motivate me, please. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of 10. Not bad. Better than her previous girly we looked at. But I do feel that, you know, the earlier game characters are getting lower grades and the later game characters are getting higher grades. Not that 7's even that particularly low, but we are slowly getting higher as we get to more recent characters. Which makes me happy. Makes the Squiiji happy. Hey, Shrewmates. What do we want for our final character to look at? You can just say a character you want to see, and if I see enough of that one, I'll put it in, but I also have a couple of them downloaded. Character with a hat. I don't know any characters with hats! I don't know any off the top of my head! Nero for the last one? An old one with an alt. Ray, Skadi, because she's bad. What do you mean she's bad? I do have her downloaded. Asbestos I also have downloaded also. Does not have to be ones I have downloaded. Not John Hatman, that's not a real guy, that doesn't exist. Harold, I saw 2 for Harold. Also, Kal'tsit is lore important. I'm seeing a lot of that one. Maybe we could download that one. Surprised no one's rallying for cement. That's true. That's true. I'm surprised. Kal'tsit seems to be something a lot of people are saying. I saw Thorns earlier. Lots of congruency on Kal'tsit. Maybe. Oh, Gladia does have a hat. Gladia looks like a hunter. Very, very Bloodborne hunter-esque. Harold? Okay, so here is the poll. The poll, I've seen Golden Glow a bunch. I've seen Harold a bunch. Let me make a poll. And you guys can vote. So the ones that I've seen the most of are Harold. Ooh, spelling. How do we spell that name? It's already gone off my screen. K-A-L apostrophe T-S-I-T. There was also Golden Glow I saw a bunch of. And then I saw Thorns a bunch. So maybe that'll be our array for our final. And I will give you the next 5 minutes to determine while I yap and maybe eat another pretzel. Let me make the poll for YouTube also. Final character. And don't worry, if we don't get to any of these characters we don't get to here, if you comment them, we can make sure we do them the next time. We only have so much time, unfortunately. But I would like to get through as many of like the fan favorites as I can. At least. Even if they're not the ones that are my favorite. Next time we'll start talking with ones that I want to talk about, because I want to talk about Asbestos, because I actually really like Asbestos. Not as a concept, not as a thing that is a poison to us, but there we go. There's the poll. Vote as you see fit. You got 5 minutes. Go. I will make sure the music plays once more. This looks like it's gonna be voiced. Oh no, it says instrumental. Okay, maybe we'll be okay then. Only had a milkshake. You must enjoy it for me and also. Who's drinking milkshake? I'm going to be jealous of milkshake. I want milkshake. Mrs. Asbestos is so good. The character. Yeah, we do have to specify. As much as me, the EG, I am immune to asbestos as a mushroom, it can't impact me. The character is cool. I like them. Their colors are interesting. Their shape is interesting. They look a little unhinged, which I like. I get a good character read from them. They're cool. The exaggeration's also neat. So I have good feelings towards that. Also, Twitch, Shrewmates, be aware. YouTube usually has really strong voting power. So if you have feelings about this, make sure you vote in the poll. Because YouTube currently is at like 70 votes, almost 60 votes. So Twitch, you may need to vote more. Although it seems like the polling is very even across, or it's similar in proportioning between them right now. Right now, Kal'tsit takes the lead, both on Twitch and YouTube. Golden Glow not far behind, but the lead is slowly, subtly, slightly increasing. Cal's important, okay? Lore does not equal art. I see. Lore important, I guess, does inherently mean that they're going to be the best design to look at, maybe? Oh, this song will probably get copyrighted? Okay, well, I've been yapping, but here, we'll skip it. And hopefully I'll be fine. I've lucked out for the most part. I've only ever had 2 songs get me claimed, and they were both in Marvel Rivals, so we'll be okay. Maybe, but she's kind of boring. Early, so she's less interesting. You know, but it might just be good to look at her design to get it out of the way, potentially. We have looked at a bunch of the other early game characters. Like her design deserves to get criticized for her plastic. Interesting. Creator's very first Arknights OC from way before Arknights was released. Intriguing. I'm intrigued. Oh, thank you for dumping many in emote on top of me. Nah, also when checking Cal, you should also need to check her spine. Also agree that Cal isn't interesting design-wise. Rip. Well, we'll find out. Vote for Kal'tsit is a vote for monster. Okay, so if all of you who are saying that Cal is maybe not the most visually interesting to look at, maybe other fellows should vote for Golden Glow then, if that's how you feel. Don't forget we're cross-dimensional creatures that can vote twice. That is true in Cinda, trying to rig the vote, potentially. But I guess you could vote more than once if you really do so wish. And Cinda, are you a different color than you used to be? I feel like you were a more frosty blue, but now you're more green. Am I crazy? Am I losing it? I associate most of my chat on Twitch with colors very strongly, and that's how I know that it's you and I find you properly. And it is different. Okay, I see. Check out the combat sprite animations. Interesting. Her history's cool, I'll admit. Compelling design? Oh, okay. If people do feel like the design is still compelling, then we'll give her a shot. It seems like that is going to be the winner by a huge margin. We have 80 votes on YouTube, and she is currently winning by about, I would say like 8-ish? I like Monster the new character. Hang on, huh? Not Monster the new character, maybe Monster that he came with her? I don't know what you guys are talking about, but I think we'll find out once I search them. It seems, there's not a lot of time left. It seems like that Cal is going to be the winner. Cal apostrophe TSIT. Oh, her. I remember seeing her when I was looking through character designs earlier. Huh. So she's got the medic symbol on her from this game, and I think that actually says medic, probably. We got closer, but I think she has won. By a pretty decent margin. There we go. Yeah. Monster named Monster that lives in her spine. Oh, interesting. So, people are saying she's lackluster. I don't think she's that lackluster. She's green. Is she a part of the same organization as Mumu? I'm going to guess, potentially. They have similar lab coats, too. Appreciate that she's a slightly different shape language, as Mumu does, too. No? Hang on, let me do my cold read. I would have guessed they're in the same organization. They're both wearing something that feels like a lab coat. They both feel medical in some manner. They both have green as a primary color, and you guys told me that the colors were often related to what organization they're a member of. As far as personality goes, she seems like she maybe just like a little bit aloof and cold. Maybe just a little bit unfriendly. Is she gonna be a tsundere type, maybe? That's kind of what I'm thinking. Her hair is having a low clarity issue with her face for me. I'm not reading chat because I'm not letting you get in the way of my cold read. But I think she's gonna be a doctor, probably. Oh, wait. Is she Rhode Island because she's a doctor? Aren't they healers? Or wait, no, they're pharmaceutical. Well, is that different? I don't know. Hang on, I'm trying to piece it together. Transparent patches. Ooh, she just hates us. Okay, no, she just hates us. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, I'm reading chat now. She's the head of Rhodes Island. Oh, okay, so there is a medical angle, but she does hate the doctor. Okay. Working on the cure, not tsundere. She's old and she hates you. Okay. We're just feeling her disdain for us, I guess. So for her, the color design is interesting. The reason why I end up being bored with a lot of these is when the color is only like 10% or less of the design. Here, the color forms a bigger proportion of the design, and the black and white is a little bit less. They balance out the color so it doesn't feel like it's overwhelming that there's so much color, but it's more interesting having a little more color. The color is gradating from something cooler to something warmer. Also, unfortunately, the way they're doing it though, this is the focal point for me. Her face is low contrast. There's more detail here. This super dark color here, the black, against the white and against this highest saturation color, all being right in this area, makes it really focal. So that, I don't know if works for me. The focal point is very obscured. And there's low clarity in her face. Her sleeve is kind of getting lost against her side also. And that white is very similar to her skin tone. Were it not for the black band there, it would be getting quite confused together. Your ex-wife, but the doctor has amnesia? No, you forgot your wife? Was she your ex-wife? Did you divorce her before you got amnesia or after you got amnesia? Or was it a result of the amnesia? That's so sad. Beats the doctor, let's say they have history. Ex-wife is a joke. Oh, okay, I believed you. Thank you for telling me. It's a meme. Okay, I see. Also, animal, she's a cat. I can see from her ears. They're much more triangular than the ones who were wolves. I'm gonna guess she's a cat. She's got her stethoscope, so I can tell she's a doctor. Although, I will say, it's getting lost in this area quite a bit. These extra straps in her chest and this long tendril of hair is obscuring her stethoscope a good bit, making it a little bit hard to see. But I do like it from an asymmetry angle. This one weird transparent patch of her dress is sort of odd. It feels like shooed in asymmetry. Feels like they were saying, all right, we gotta add something for interest. It's fine, it's just a little strange to me maybe. I like that her coat is angled. It gives her more of a sharp edge. Mumu is very square and dependable in her coat shape and her hair shape. Everything's sort of coming to flat edges. Strong, dependable, trustworthy. On the other hand, she feels much sharper. Coming to points in her ears, and this is coming down on a point, sort of sagging off of her shoulder. So I'm gonna guess she has a little bit more of an edge to her. Maybe she is nice, but maybe just not to us. Oh, she's a lynx? Okay. Sharp personality, yeah, okay. I'm getting that from the shape language, which is good. Wait till I meet her child, okay. Popular theory that became a meme when disproven. Oh, it's even disproven, you guys were saying it. How old do you think she is? I was already spoiled that she is ageless to me. But, I mean, the problem with anime designs is I'm gonna think like 80% of them look like they're like 20. She doesn't look like a kid, but she does not look that much like an adult either. I can say she's 20. She could be a college student. She's in the college, she's in her laboratory. She's at least 3. Fair. Link's word on the sleeve, it's just Link's written in Cyrillic. Oh, I thought it might have been medic. I thought this was an M and that was a C and that was an I. I thought that said medic. Yeah, 80% of them do look 20. There's not a lot of variation as far as age goes in the characters we've looked at. She's the mother of 5 other characters. What's their role in combat? Is it support? Is she gonna be a medic or a support class, potentially? I feel like that would make sense given her outfit. You know, I wasn't really guessing role in combat for some of them, but I don't know. Nice to Amiya. Stern to other people, absolutely despises you. Ah, I see. You have a granny operator? Do we really? Next time we'll get some older characters? Oh, maybe we're doing sample bias from the fact that a lot of the characters we were looking at were more popular ones, potentially? And maybe the older ones aren't as popular, but interesting. Pharmacist, look at her, E2. Okay. Let's look at her, E2. Oh, go back, hang on. Oh no, why, what, hello? Go to the file, no. It's only letting me look at an image of her, no. Come on. A-A-L, try again. Medic, except she's a pet, that's a bit oh yeah, you guys were saying about the spine thing. You look at the E2. Oh, Jesus, okay. Interesting. Whoa, way more orange in the color here. This color's even more interesting. They put the green on the inside of her hair, which is fun. Is this her spine monster? She uses a summon, maybe then? Is that what it is? Is that how we define it? Helliger is hella good. Granny and Grandpa. Oh wait, I love that. I love that they have a Granny and a Grandpa. Spot on? Okay, good. Okay. Makes sense. They just don't have it in that art, so I can't hold it against them that I can't guess that just from this. As far as her overall visual weight goes, her hair shape makes her head the same width as her shoulders. Granted, her coat does flare out a little bit at the bottom, but she is really, once again, contained. Doesn't have a lot of positive or negative space in her silhouette design. It's not super interesting. This seems to be a trouble they have with the characters that are in lab coats or are doing like medical or doctor or laboratory types of things. The silhouettes tend to be a little bit more lacking, and she doesn't have as much interesting hair accessory stuff happening. All the asymmetry is also internal. None of it's affecting her silhouette. So that's kind of sad. Let me draw a ladder on her. Whoop, whap. Whoop, whap. Shoo. She also has the classic nothing going on her legs. For her, because black isn't the primary color of her outfit, I can't tell if these are actually different lengths. Is this farther down on her arm? It might be. Because black isn't the primary color of her clothing, her legs being out is not an issue here. Hear me out, fellas. I'm not a thighs hater. I'm not a legs hater. Quite contrary. Quite the opposite even. But when you use dark shoes and dark clothing, it does frame the really bright pale thighs just a little too much. And here, the legs work better because they're not as focal. I don't hate legs. I'm also not she. I am a they, them. Good try though. Get me next time. Concept design went through 5 versions. Interesting. Intriguing. Her shoes are made out of plastic? Interesting. I'm not hating on legs. First dog. Are you referencing me hating on the dog in Reverse 1999? That's an old pick. What do you mean? Find lab circle the interesting lab coats. Yeah, the other labs did better ones. E.g., do you enjoy legs? A normal amount. A very normal amount. I'll tell you a secret, I'm asexual. I don't really, none of it. Aesthetically, I can enjoy things, but like not many other things. Not in the way that other people enjoy thighs do I enjoy thighs. That's the way I put it. Yeah, thigh good. No, I get it. Thigh good. Thigh good. Doesn't this girl cat hate E.g. though? I guess it hates me because I am probably the doctor if I play the game, so that's fine. She can hate me. I don't mind. Uses her real name as her code name, but then again, oh, interesting. Do we know that's her real name? I don't know. I don't hate thighs. I think this is a better way to execute on thighs though. The thighs here, not executed in a way that works super well. Thighs here, executed better. Thighs here, executed even better. There's wrong and right ways to execute thighs to have functional design. Sleeves, have little tears. Does this shoulder exist on the other side? It seems like it might not. So this might be a diagonal. But then it does sort of come to a point where it meets the shoulders, the collar, the eyes, bottom of the ears, tops of the ears, and then top of the head maybe. Ladder! Nukiyashi, thank you for following also. She uses her real name as, oh, I read that. Whoops. It's everyone. Some operators use their real names as codes and some don't. Ah. Do not ask what she was doing during the Kal'tsit genocide? I need to learn more about lore. If she hates everyone, how'd she end with multiple kittens? That's a very funny way of putting that, Rook. Clearly she doesn't hate everyone. Apparently they said she was nice to Amiya. So she can't be that bad. She just hates the doctor. She's an ex-wife to a beautiful, long-lived pinked Sarkaz's wife? Whoa. We're getting into fan theory, aren't we, at this point? The comments are gonna be full of, E.g., no! E.g., you got one guide! E.g., that's not really the lore! But anyway, her ladder passes. Examination. Her ladder's fine. Once again, I feel like I just want a little more flavor blasting. I want a little bit more asymmetry that's affecting the outside angle of the silhouette. Her color palette's kind of fine. Focal point is not working. Let me close this. Concept-wise, cat, medical. I can see her affiliation making sense, and also her role, you know, but the fact that we can't see it because she summons things. I don't know how we would allude to her summoning in the design. Maybe she's some sort of pattern on the back of her coat, but I can't see that from here anyway, so I wouldn't know even if there was something like that present. But I am going to start grading here because it is past 6. So, color palette. It's fine except where it's low contrast around the face, so I usually take a full point off for that. The fact that I'm losing her skin into her hair a bit from a distance isn't fantastic. And same deal with this sort of flowing into her leg. We needed either more difference in the value or more difference in the hue. The hue's already pretty different. Maybe it just needs to be a value situation. Or more drop shadows, honestly, could be the solution. There's ways to fix it. But the color design itself is fine. For silhouette, I want something more interesting. She honestly is not as strong as some of the other silhouettes we've seen in this game, which makes her feel a little bit lackluster. Complexity versus clarity I think is fine though. I think she is well designed. She's not overwhelming in her detail. She's just enough to tell us what her role in the story is. She's concise. For focal points, she's another like almost complete, not almost complete. Her head holds some weight, but I'm looking here first because of the saturation and also the contrast. So I would put her like here maybe. Constant motifs, cat. I think we got all of it, didn't we? Right? I think we got all of it. So maybe here. So not too bad. Not too bad. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of 10. Same grade as Texas. A lot of 7 out of 10s. Pretty around the middle here as far as designs go. 7, like 7 isn't mid, but 7 seems to be the average here in this game, which is not perfect, not terrible, but definitely has some room for improvement. I'm surprised we haven't seen more higher grades, but I think that's because I was going for a lot of the popular characters. If we were to open and look at like, where's this guy? This guy would probably get like a 7 or an 8, probably similarly. Probably more points because he's got more interesting color, but I do still have clarity issues with this one and it's a little bit busy. Cement, I really love her. I love her. Her shoes are so exaggerated. Her silhouette is so good and fun. The asymmetry is so natural. The colors are interesting. That's concrete, baby. I like that one. Hang on, don't accidentally close that. I had Shaw downloaded because I thought that the combination where we're getting almost like samurai firefighter was really neat. The color design is once again more interesting. I can tell she's a squirrel. Like, a lot of things work out quite well here. There's a lot of designs that I think would get 8s or 9s, maybe even some 10s somewhere, but we just didn't look at them today. So hopefully maybe next time, Shroommates, if there are designs that you want me to look at, or designs that you think would get a 10, designs that you think are really strong, please tell me. I did really quickly flip through every single design in the game and pulled a couple standout ones, but because I was going so fast, I fear I might have missed some things or things that are more clever. So you guys have a much better grasp on what the characters look like in this game and who might be cool and interesting to talk about. So do tell me. Yeah, booms and busts are inevitable. Yes, with 300, not every single one of them is likely to be a win. We're going quantity over quality, it seems like, in some circumstances. But honestly, the quality isn't bad, because even at their lowest, which was Blaze would have gotten maybe like a 5, perhaps? I still feel like I was able to pick up enough about her concept. Yeah, gotta look at the really bad ones next time. You can recommend, if you recommend in the comments of the VOD, for me to look at ones that are really rough and psychic damage. We can look at those too because, you know, opportunity for growth and for learning. We can talk about why they don't work. We're not just gonna rag on them, but we'll talk about constructively why they don't work. So we can think about those things and apply them to our own character designs, perhaps. Yeah, but yeah, think on that. You have all of next week and part of the following week because I will be gone. Shroommates, I'm going on vacation. The Shroomate family, or Shroomate, not Shroomate family vacation. That would include all of you. You're not coming on vacation with me. The Shroom fam vacation is next week, which is me, my parents, my sister, my aunt and uncle go on that one. Joby gets to come with. So no EG next week, which is crazy. Don't worry. I'll give you a substitute teacher list of substitute teachers that you may enjoy watching who make similar things. I'll give you a substitute teacher list. This is the first vacation I've taken since being a VTuber, which is crazy. And it's probably the only one I have this summer that will affect our streaming schedule. Actually, that's not true. I'll miss a Friday for Otakon, I think, but that's about it. Yeah, so I'm going on vacation. You're not. I mean, you can go on vacation too if you want, really, but you're not coming with me. Yeah, summer break! Not that summer break impacts me, really. I don't go to school. Don't hide in my luggage. I know a lot of you would fit. Please don't. I'd prefer if you didn't. We didn't do Lemuin, but we can maybe next time. No, I'm not taking you with me. You can come with me digitally. I'll take some pictures of where we're going. I almost said beach. We're not going to the beach. We're going to a house somewhere. It'll be fun. But I am looking forward to it. Think about what characters you want. And when we come back the following week, what we will come back for is Monday, classic VTuber design critiques. You know we love them. Thursday will be back to this, not on a Friday. It'll be to Thursday. It'll be Thursday Ark Knights. Friday, I don't actually know what's on the schedule for that Friday right now. It's so far away that I haven't figured it out. It may or may not be a collab with Billy, one of my mods, one of my besties, who's an animator. We'll have to see. Yeah, we'll see. Every ladder you see, you think of us. I will. I'll think of you fondly, shroommates. Mission, find mushroom, take a picture. Exactly. Exactly. I'll try and find a mushroom where I am. And I'll take a picture of it for you. Yeah, with Billy. Billy and I have been planning to do a miraculous redesigning stream for a while, but last week it got goofed up. It was supposed to be this week, but because we had to do it, we were doing Incinda's redesign or remodeling for this week. That was why it got modified. Yeah. Oh, mushroom today. No idea what it is. Someone said reishi. Oh, reishi is spelled R-E-I-S-H-I, I think. Reishi. That's an interesting one to find. If you found it in the wild, that's pretty cool. Also, thank you for thanking me for the stream. Very kind. And thank you for the well wishes on vacation. Yeah, Miraculous redesign sounds fun. Right? Billy and I have been watching Miraculous. And, man, some of the designs are really lackluster or really awkward and strange and odd. And I can see how they work two-dimensionally, but they, like, don't work in 3D so well. There's some weird angles. There's a whole bunch of miscellaneous odd things. What is Miraculous? Miraculous Ladybug, the 3D animated French cartoon. It's kind of anime-esque. Yeah, Miraculous Ladybug. Would have loved it to keep the 2D anime style. I know! We could have had it! That one trailer that is in an anime style, it's 2D animated, looked so good! And I will say the most recent season has made a lot of good changes and fixes. Season 6. Things are a lot better. Things are way less awkward in the proportioning and all that, but there's still some weird stuff happening, and some of the miraculous designs of the transformations are just so strange. I would love to talk to the person who designed them and pick their brain and figure out what they were thinking about when they were doing it, because some of it's so strange. The silhouettes, honestly, usually are not very good. We'll rage about it together with Billy later, but that'll happen at some point potentially. Anyways, thank you all for joining me here today. That is all I have for you. YouTube, I can't send you anywhere. It still don't work. One day it'll work, but not today. But I appreciate you all hanging out with me today, and I will see you in a little bit over a week. We'll be back, not next Monday, but the following Monday. I'll miss you. Bye. Stream me later. Wow. Launching me. Stream me later, YouTube. Thank you guys for stopping by and also for voting. Extremely.